Roll call, please.
Ms. Morales?
Yes.
Mrs. Breamsey?
Yes.
Ms. Castell?
Yes.
Ms. Irby?
Yes.
Mr. Lang?
Yes.
Mrs. Bieszki?
Yes.
And Mr. Sawecki?
Yes.
We have 7 members in attendance, 0 members absent.
Welcome to the Board of Education meeting. The board meets and conducts school business in public. The public is invited to watch and listen to the Board of Ed deliberate and vote on the agenda items scheduled for action and discussion. Although the board meets in public, this is not a meeting for the public to participate in. It is a meeting for the 7 members of the board to conduct business. If there are any citizens in the audience who wish to be recognized by the board for this purpose of making a statement or asking a question, this is the appropriate place on the agenda. Citizens should fill out a public input card and give it to the board president prior to the start of the meeting. Please step to the podium, state your name, and proceed with your statement or question. Per board policy, each person will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak. No response may be given at this time. This is not a time for making complaints about employees. Employee complaints should be referred to the administration in writing. As a reminder for the guidelines for public participation at board meetings per board policy, those who wish to address the board to direct their comments to the entire board and not to individual board members. Prohibiting board policy prohibits behavior that is abusive, defamatory, and otherwise interferes with the orderly conduct and timely completion of the board. When your name is called, please come to the podium, state your name, and your 3 minutes will start. Heather Herman.
Hello, thank you for listening to what I have to say today. I just wanted to run some numbers by you. National average real estate price is $410,000. Michigan average real estate price, $250,000. In Saginaw County, the average price of a home is $169,900. The average in Bridgeport Township in 2025 is $160,000. In 2019, that average was $83,000. In Michigan, from 2019 until 2025, there was a 40% increase in price. In Saginaw County alone, the increase from 2019 to 2025 was 42%. If we average out the price in Bridgeport Township from 2019 to 2025, it's almost a 100% increase. This allows tax dollars into your community. Before 2019, before the years that Mark Whelton was superintendent, Bridgeport Township was in chaos. There was potential shutdown of the state for the school, and essentially in financial ruin. These issues have been resolved. I urge you to think about what is happening and what will happen to the community if things fall. Not only will you lose your tax dollars, you will lose your community. It is imperative for us to grow children that are well-rounded and have the eligibility to do whatever they choose to do in life. That being said, am I done?
No. No.
That's okay, I'm about finished. Really think about these numbers. 100% increase is unheard of, and it should continue to grow. Thank you.
Is there another microphone?
enact. Oh.
Because they're all interconnected with all the wires and everything.
Double A if you got him. Yeah, I don't think he's got it.
I just got a couple of talking here.
He's got it. Don't make me stand here while I'm standing on it. All right.
Dang. Eric Delaporte.
Eric Delaporte, I apologize for taking so long to get up here. I was injured in the military defending your freedom to violate the Open Meetings Act. So y'all ought to be happy with that. By the way, you're about to violate the Open Meetings Act again, so I just thought I'd point that out. You hired your investigator specifically because a Board of Education speaks through its minutes. Specifically, you hired him to be an investigator, not an attorney. You hired him to investigate and create a report. You did not hire him to provide any sort of legal opinion. So he's not your attorney. You hire your attorneys at the organizational meeting, and then throughout the year, if you want to add one, you can, but you actually have to vote to do that, and none of you did. So if you go into a closed session in order to hear an opinion of an attorney, You guys will have violated the Open Meetings Act, but hey, I'll let you talk to your own attorney about that. He'll tell you the same thing. I ought to know I've been doing this for decades. What you guys are doing to your superintendent is shocking. I don't know what Mr. Telgenhoff is going to do. And by the way, that was not a shot at Mr. Telgenhoff, not his fault you guys screwed it up. Somebody screwed up that resolution. But what you guys are doing to your superintendent is downright shocking. I have never seen a bigger nothing burger, and I've been investigating things for school districts, as I said, for decades. In fact, for a long time, until I decided to take a break, I was considered the premier person to go to if you needed somebody investigated. The premier person in the state, your union can back that up. I'm sure they've heard of me. I'm sure they have heard that I'm pretty good at what I do. I clear people who are innocent, and I go after people who are guilty. In this particular case, you didn't have enough to even start an investigation, especially given that Ms. Morales was aware of everything that was alleged months, if not years, ahead of time. In fact, she was part of a lot of what went on, which is pretty sad. Now, I'm going to be cut off because I have 3 minutes. After Mr. Telgenhoff gets up here, I'll make a statement out in the parking lot if anybody wants to hear what happened and hear the rest of the truth.
Charles Cadell.
Castell.
Castell. Charles.
Today I'm reading this paper for alumni of 2023, Sinai Laws. Dear Board of Education members, I am writing this as a concerned former student and community member regarding the proposed decision to terminate our superintendent. Under his leadership, our school has seen meaningful improvement that directly supports students academically, socially, and emotionally. He has constantly worked to provide resources, opportunities, and a sense of dignity to our student body. This is often overlooked and misunderstood. Rather than view students as a problem to be managed, he has treated students as people worthy of respect, investments, and care. Our school serves as a minority and majority student population and are too often students. Here are disciplines spoken to or treated in ways that feeling dehumanizing rather than supportive. The superintendent has been one of the few leaders who actively push back against this culture by prioritizing students' well-being, access resources, and a more compassionate approach to education. His leadership has helped many students feel supported, motivated to succeed. Removing a superintendent who has worked to improve the school climate and advocate for students seen as trouble message. Leadership that serves human and equity and student growth. I strongly urge the board to reconsider this decision and to reflect on what kind of leadership truly serves the best interest of our students. Our school needs leaders who uplift students, not support silence those who challenge harmful norms. Thank you. My name is Charles Castell. All you gotta do is renew.
Robin Johnson.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
In my 30-plus years of employment with the Bridgeport-Spaulding School District, 24 of those years as the Executive Assistant for Administration, HR, and Board of Education Support. There's one thing I know from experience, and that is that this district needs consistent and dedicated leadership, which you have in Superintendent Mark Whelton. In the past, when an interim or temporary superintendent has been appointed, things were maintained and the district gets by. But the students, the parents, and staff of this district deserve more than a get by. This district is in the business of educating students, and any distraction that is unfair to the students, to the parents who choose to send their children to this district, and to the staff who work hard at making sure the students receive the best education that they can give them. What I see going on with the Bridgeport-Spaulding Board of Education is a distraction. And the only ones who will suffer are the students and those dedicated staff members who have managed to hang on during these difficult times. In the 6.5 years that I worked for Mark Whelton, he was visible in all of the buildings, school events, community events, maintained a healthy working relationship with the administrative staff, the teaching staff, the support staff. He was truly an ambassador for the Bridgeport-Spaulding Community School District. His open door policy for students was better than any of the previous 6 superintendents I worked for. The fact that he is not currently leading this district is hurtful to those who deserve his leadership the most, the kids. I know that some of your duties as board members are to govern policy, evaluate the superintendent, and approve the budget. And if Mark's infractions truly rise to the level of being on administrative leave for over 2 months, then so be it. Otherwise, I urge you to stop the Open Meetings Act violations and any other personal issues that you may have against the superintendent and help this district get back on track, because it's not just about getting by. Thank you.
Tracy Barker.
That's a true lead.
We can't hear you speaking.
Tracy Barker.
Sure.
Good evening, my name is Tracy Barker, and I'm the secretary at Thomas White Elementary. I came to this district 4 years ago because I believe in the passion and vision that our superintendent has for our district. I came to this district because I believe in a leader that genuinely loves and cares for the kids first and foremost. I believe in a leader that has boots on the ground in our community. I believe in a leader that dreams big and inspires our kids and community that they are worth it and deserve educators, administrators, and board members that also believe in this district and community. Mark Whelton is that leader. Mark is not your ordinary superintendent. At my interview for the secretarial position, Mark came in and apologized for his appearance. Mark was wearing clothes that had paint on them. You see, he was helping paint the wrestling room. He wanted the kids that came in for practice to take pride in their district. I also work with Grandma Rosa at the school. She told me she had to make a visit to the high school in the summer. As she approached the front entrance, she seen our superintendent down in the dirt planting flowers. Why does it matter to you, you may ask? Because Mark Whelton understands and knows that paint and those flowers matter to the outside looking in. That paint and those flowers are a symbol of the pride and belief that Mark has for our kids in this community. Mark shows up. He doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. Mark is our Bridgeport Santa. He dresses up every Christmas and takes time out of his own personal life to go into the home of our community members, bringing gifts and the joy of Christmas. But more than the gifts, he makes them seen. Mark shows up not only at home events, but at the away events. Mark embodies everything a school district dreams about in a superintendent, yet here we are, trying to throw him away. No, he is not your ordinary superintendent. Mark believes deeply in the power of education and the promise of every child we serve. Mark understands that every day begins with a profound act. A student walks through our doors carrying curiosity, potential, and a future still being written. Our students bring their talents, their questions, their challenges, and their dreams. What happens inside our schools help determine not just who they become, but who we become as a community. Mark understands it's not just a single moment, but 1,000 moments. The paint matters, the flowers matter, the Santa suit matters, the showing up matters. These moments matter because they shape the confidence, they build belonging, and they ultimately change lives. Mark has built this district on the belief that every student deserves every opportunity, not someday, not under perfect conditions, but right now. That vision calls for us to do more than maintain the status quo. Mark's vision and dreams for our district challenges us to grow, to innovate, to believe we can be the best of the best. The future of our district is not just something that simply happens to us. It takes a leader that is willing and inspires all of us to build together, one student, one classroom, one day at a time. That leader is our superintendent, Mark Whelton. No barriers, just possibilities.
Cindy Popp.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Popp. Many of you know me by Mrs. Horn. I taught in this school district for many years. I was raised in Bridgeport. I grew up on Riverview Drive in a loving community. I graduated from this high school, and I raised my 2 girls here. I live here still. This is my home. I care deeply about what is going on right now. To teach in this community, you need a caring heart. You need to know what to say when a student tells you they're so excited they get to sleep in the bed tonight. Their house only has 1 bed, and they have to share it. You have to know what to say when a child comes up to you and says, I don't know if we're going to have food for the weekend. You have to know what to say. My hands are so cold, but Mom didn't have any gloves to give me today. You have to have heart to teach in this district. I have many, many stories that I could share with you, but right now, I'm concerned that our caring superintendent is out on leave. I remember on an opening day speaker saying, as teachers, we would have the best school year ever if our students had strong academic habits, managed their time wisely, completed work, had self-discipline, showed respect and responsibility. But we don't get students that exhibit all those qualities. We get the kids the parents send to us. And right now, I think we have to support our teachers that support the superintendent. We have to have this settled soon. I worry about the students. I worry about the teachers. I worry about the families. I worry about all of you. You have to come together for this community. Because right now, school board members, I don't know if your heart is into this community. Thank you.
Brittany Aldrich.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As we're moving into our new semester, I just wanted to share with you all some of the highlights from our school leadership team in their first semester. The students work with me and pick out some of the most meaningful and impactful things that they had done that they wanted to share kind of as their highlight. Since I know my time is short, I won't read it through for you, but instead share with you the impact of it. So we're starting to see a true cultural shift at Bridgeport schools. Students are starting to care about their academics and strive to reach their full potentials. Leadership's not the only cause of this. There's a ton of amazing things that's happening in our schools that are contributing to this shift, but I don't want to take anyone else's thunder, so I'll just kind of speak to some of the leadership things. So we're getting lots of questions like, how can I be a part of this group? I saw you guys volunteering last week. How do I get to be a part of that? What do I get to do to be recommended to be a part of these programs? And our answers are always the same. Maintain your grades, focus on school, focus on your behavior, and be leaders in the classrooms and the hallways. And the amazing thing is that it's working. Students who are consistently late to class or have lots of behavioral issues, low grades, or just generally don't care about school are starting to care because they know that at the end of the line, there are some really amazing opportunities available to them if they're willing to put the work in. So not only are our students helping the community and increasing a positive view of our school, they're also helping shift the overall culture of the school, and that's something that's truly amazing. I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say that we have some of the most amazing students, the most amazing young men and women ever, and they are capable of doing anything they set their minds to. Sometimes they just need a goal in mind, and some of these programs can be those goals that are shifting the culture of our school. All this is possible because of the support from our fellow teachers, our administration, our superintendent, our leadership, and you guys as the board, and I really appreciate all the support we've been given for these programs. When we work together and support one another and the opportunities we have, we are all capable of the most amazing things. And I hope that we continue to build that support and that partnership, because at the end of the day, we're all here for those students. And I love that we're starting to see that cultural shift. So I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to showing you guys highlights from this new semester, because we have some really cool stuff coming up. Thank you.
Bob Aldrich.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. I want to take a few minutes tonight to highlight something truly special happening at Bridgeport High School. Our production class, and more importantly, what it represents for our students, our building, and our district as a whole. The program is not just about cameras, videos, or announcements. It's about telling the story of Bridgeport High School, a story that for so long has been told about our students instead of by our students. Through journalism, video production design, and broadcast media, our students are reclaiming their narrative and building pride in who they are and where they come from. In just one semester, students in productions have created 9 bi-weekly editions of the Bearcat Times, celebrating student and staff voices, athletics, school events, and editorials. These editions aren't sitting in a classroom. They are being shared with families, district stakeholders, as you get them every 2 weeks, and the broader community, both in print and digitally, through many areas of media. Visibility matters. Our students have also produced 19 original video segments for BHS Live, airing every Monday morning. These segments bring an energy into our building, connect students to one another, and make school feel like something they belong to, not something they have to endure. Through Bearcat X, our students have produced promotional videos that showcase the excellence and spirit of Bridgeport High School, including projects like No Barriers, Just Possibilities, and a recent MLK Day Remembrance video. These aren't assignments, they are statements that say we are proud of our school. Beyond the content itself, the cultural shift inside the building has been powerful. For the first time in decades, Bridgeport High School will have a yearbook. We hosted the first ever media day for our athletics, provide social media coverage for all school events, and we've established now a Bearcat Socials group to promote district events wide on all sides of social media. What we are seeing is students who are proud to wear their Bridgeport gear, proud to represent their school, and proud to put their work out into the world. That pride is contagious, and it's changing perception of Bridgeport, both inside our walls and across the community. I want to be very clear, this work would not be possible without the strong support of our high school administration, their willingness to trust students, support innovation, and say yes to opportunities that have been critical. I also want to thank our superintendent. Without his support, programs like this would not be out there for students to amplify their voice, to recognize the importance in the rebuilding the district's image. Productions is a class that proves what happens when the students are trusted, supported, and given a platform. This is not a nice extra. This is a culture building. This is pride building. This is image changing. Thank you.
Larry Long.
Hello, my name is Larry Long. I'm here to talk about, real quickly, everybody should know that there's a student code of conduct. And I would like everybody on this board to know I haven't been too proud of that. And everybody behind me out here in the audience, there's a lot of you that I'm not too proud of it. Maybe even myself. Social media, there's so many things that have been put on there that are just not true. And there's been things here that this board has done that I don't approve of, that I've just recently found out. And they need to come to light. I don't know if you know or do not know what the tall guy was saying about what's been going on with Mr. Whelton for months that you knew about. I don't know. Apparently everybody else knows in social media. There's people out there calling me names, saying I'm a geriatric old school board member because I have questions. Okay, I'm not. I do have questions. But how many, the people out here say, our students, our students. One of the main things that I ask about, I live in Spaulding Township. I haven't seen a school bus in Spaulding Township in my neighborhood in well over 10 years. Would you agree with that? You live in Spaulding Township. So when everybody says our students, and I've also seen something on social media that 50% of our schools come from Saginaw. I don't know if that's true. But I know Spaulding Township, there's no school buses picking up kids in my area anymore. And everybody needs to reflect and look in the mirror and watch what you're saying, because this school district, this board, is in a shambles. We do need to know what this supposed investigation is coming to, and for just having the ability to ask, you shouldn't be called all kinds of names. If something possibly happened, we are owed the right to know what it is, if it's impacting. But I'm not here to defend Mr. Whelton or say he needs to go. I'm just saying everybody has a right to ask questions and not have all the bickering going on in this community, because what it hurts the most is the students. That's what a school district is supposed to do. They're in the business of educating children, period. That's what we need to get back to. If Mr. Whelton is the right guy, perfect.
20 seconds.
If he didn't do anything, let's finally get this out here and get it over with. But let's come together as a board, and let's come together as a community and get back to the business of educating our children.
Lon Miller.
I'm a 1994 graduate of Bridgeport High School. Went through Shookbear, Schra, middle school, and then Bridgeport High School. We also lived in Bridgeport for 17 years, and I can say at one point it looked like it was, Bridgeport, the future of our old school was gonna, that the school was gonna close. And the last few years, it's been nice to see positivity and changes. Just look at the support Mark gets from the community, the staff, students, everybody that supports him. There's a ton of it. So I know good superintendents are hard to find. You got a good one here. He's doing a lot of really good things, and if you don't see that and you ignore that and let that go away, you're gonna have a hard time finding another one to replace him. And it doesn't matter, like, I live in Frankenwood now, but I have a lot of ties here. I have family that go here. I graduated from here. A lot of friends that still are here, and it's important for me to see this school survive, and it's been nice to see the positive improvements that Mark has made. So.
Tasha Miller.
I just want to first say, Mr. Long, the reason you probably don't see school buses, I quick Google search will show you that the average age in Spaulding for a homeowner is 55. And I can tell you, I just went door to door last week in Spaulding because that's where I grew up and talked to a lot of old neighbors that I used to know. So that's probably why you're not seeing school buses right now. To the board, I want to know, like, I think it was maybe back in October I spoke and I said, be mindful because other school boards are watching. I got a message this week from somebody I didn't even know on the Atherton School Board who is watching what's going on. And they suggested, why has nobody questioned why you're not honoring the oath that you took? So he proceeded to tell me about Article 11, Section 1 of the Michigan Constitution, and pursuant to Michigan law that each of you took before you could even legally vote or exercise any of your authority. You swore to support the Constitution of the United States and faithfully discharge your duties of office. Are you doing that? Question yourself. That oath was not symbolic. It is a legal, binding, and ethical obligation. The Michigan Constitution guarantees transparency, accountability, and the rule of law in public governance. The Open Meetings Act exists to give life to those constitutional principles. When board members conduct public business outside of properly noticed meetings, coordinate decisions behind closed doors, manipulate procedures, such as dictating the order of roll call to control outcomes, or exclude fellow board members and the public from discussions that legally belong in the open, that oath you took is violated. That is not just unethical, it is unlawful and unconstitutional, okay? And when a single officer meets privately with district legal counsel, as we know it has happened, without board authorization, without transparency, and without allowing other board members to access, that again, not shared governance, that again is breaking the Constitution. Whew. And it is certainly not a faithful discharge of your duties as board president. So in fact, again, you're breaking the law. So the rest of you know the Open Meetings Act is clear that deliberations and decisions of public body must occur in public except under very, very narrow and strict defined circumstances. And we know from the videos we've seen that a few of you have met closed doors. That is a violation. That is not a technicality. That is breaking the law. That is breaking the Constitution. And just in case you're not aware and have not done all your work, ladies, you need to know that those carry real consequences.
Time is up. Thank you.
To court.
Time is up. Thank you.
And that
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Please have a seat. Your time is up. Thank you. Vanessa Smith.
Good evening, school board. I'm Vanessa Smith. I am a former resident, former student, and current teacher. I'm standing before you not just as an employee of the district, but as a teacher who shows up every day for their students, who depends on us to get things right. From this perspective, I strongly urge you to retain Mark Whelton as superintendent of Bridgeport-Spaulding Community Schools. Teaching is harder than it ever has been. Our classrooms carry the weight of academic gaps, mental health struggles, staffing shortages, and increasing expectations, often all at once. In the middle of that reality, Mark Whelton has been a source of stability and understanding. Knowing that our district leadership sees us, listens to us, and values our work makes a real difference in our ability to keep going. Under Mark Whelton's guidance, this district has demonstrated a clear commitment to academic growth, fiscal responsibility, and the well-being of students, staff, and families. Progress of this kind does not happen by chance. It is the result of consistent leadership and a long-term vision. Stability in leadership is especially important as the district continues to address academic recovery. Retaining a superintendent who already understands the district's needs, culture, and goals allows the board and administration to focus on progress rather than transition. What matters most to us teachers is not perfection, but trust. Mark Whelton has consistently treated educators as professionals, not as obstacles. He has listened when we have spoke. He has supported us during difficult decisions and led with empathy rather than fear. That kind of leadership creates a culture where teachers feel safe advocating for their students and committed to staying in the profession. A leadership change right now would be deeply unsettling. Our students need consistency and our staff needs reassurance, not another period of uncertainty. Rebuilding trust and relationships after a transition takes time and energy that should be spent on teaching and learning. Many of you were not on the school board when we had Thomas Hill as a superintendent. The wounds that he created 10 years ago are just now healing. They were destroyed by not having the trust and reassurance that we needed to keep our school district viable. The district lost a lot of dedicated teachers during that period of time, and it has taken us years to fill some empty positions left by their resignations. One of the main reasons we have been able to fill those positions and retain staff is because of Mark Whelton and his commitment to the values of stability in this district. Please consider this message that your decision that you make tonight sends to the educators who are here, still trying, still believing in this district. Retaining Mark Whelton tells teachers that steady, compassionate leadership matters and that the voices of those in the classroom are
Vanessa.
valued.
Lauren Minor.
Good evening, board members. I spoke to you a while back on behalf of Mark Whelton, and like all of us here, thought maybe we could make a difference and you would listen to us. But unfortunately, we were wrong. This all started because you have a vendetta against Mark, and you didn't renew his contract. That was just the icing on the cake that you all want us to choke down. This has gone on much further. This has gone much further than the superintendent's contract. You have shown us your true colors, which are not red and gold. How can you, Amy, Herman, Lucy, and Ventoria, sit up there in good faith and pretend to have our school, teachers, student, and community in best interests at heart? You're taking secret meetings, lying, cheating, and God only knows what else you've been up to. On numerous accounts, your ringleader, Amy Morales, has been called out on her despicable behavior, unbecoming of a board president. But time and again, her three little monkeys in the circus just keep following along. Apparently, you don't have a voice. You only have her voice. You have an agenda, and it's definitely not what's good for Bridgeport. You four need to step down from your seats before you're recalled, because it's going to happen. Thank you. Do what's right.
There's no last name here. Julie?
Good evening. Our recent board members face...
Julie, state your name, please.
My name is Julie.
The last name?
Does it really matter?
Not as much as a
You
first
don't
name.
need it.
Okay. A recent board member's Facebook post says they joined the board to support parents, teachers, and students, and to build school spirit. But over the past year, they have remained silent while parents, staff, and students repeatedly raised concern. That contradiction matters. They said they're about solutions, yet from the beginning, they refused to engage with the superintendent at all. He sent more than 100 emails, and they responded only once, saying they didn't feel qualified to give an opinion. That is not leadership, that is avoidance. The record of communication exists, and misrepresenting it to the community undermines trust. They've also claimed that advice from their classes prevented them from speaking with the superintendent. However, messages from Amy Morales directing board members not to communicate with them were well known, and they followed that directive for nearly a year. That is not independence or accountability, it is disengagement. When responsibility for a $25,000 board training budget was shifted onto the superintendent and CFO, the facts again told a different story. They voted against financial oversight of board spending. Transparency requires more than statements on social media. It requires consistent action. They are correct about one thing: this district needs change. That change starts with board members who communicate honestly, take responsibility for their decisions, and engage directly in the work they were elected to do. The community has seen the meetings, the videos exist. History can't be rewritten, but it can be corrected. You all have the opportunity to align your actions with the values you publicly claim to hold, and do what is right for students, staff, in this district. Thank you.
Claire Brenninger. Claire?
Good evening. I love my job, and I love teaching in this district, and I've loved doing it so far because of the support of our administration, including Mr. Whelton. That support has mattered to our students, to me, to other staff, and to the way we show up for school every day. I also want to say that the community supports him. We've seen it over and over again, at board meetings, in public comments, and in everyday conversations. People care deeply about the direction the district has been going in. What's been really hard through all of this is the lack of transparency. From where staff and the community sit, it feels like things are happening without explanation, and that leaves us confused and anxious. Mr. Whelton is a person, and when information isn't shared, it no longer feels procedural. It feels personal. It feels like someone many of us respect is being pushed out without being given clarity or dignity. I'll be honest. Sometimes it feels like everything we are saying is falling on deaf ears. Like people keep showing up, speaking, writing, signing petitions, and nothing changes. But we keep doing it anyway, and we will continue to fight for our students, because eventually those efforts will add up. We're not asking for perfection, we're asking for trust. We're asking to understand what's happening and why. Tonight, as you talk about the investigation, I just hope you remember how much this uncertainty has affected students, staff, and the community. Transparency matters, stability matters, and it makes a real difference in our classrooms and at home. Please be clear with us, please be honest, and let us focus on doing our jobs without worrying about leadership or the lack of it. Thank you.
Brandon Sweeney.
All right, good evening. Hopefully we can go back to normalcy sometime soon. I can only speak for myself tonight, but as this situation continues to drag on, the damage keeps getting worse. There's been absolutely no communication from this board about what is actually happening, well, other than on Facebook. Since just before Thanksgiving, this entire school district has been left in a free fall. I can't even begin to imagine how many decisions have been forced to be delayed, how many plans have been paused, how many opportunities have been lost by our students while our schools are stuck in survival mode instead of being able to focus solely on what matters, our students. This is causing real harm. And there are 4 people that bear the responsibility for that harm. Now, 1 board member created this situation, 3 supported that agenda, and 4 continue to prolong it. Now, expecting 1 man to carry the full weight of the superintendent role without public support, without clear direction, and without any defined end date is completely unfair. It is unfair to him, and it is unfair to this community. Right now, you're doing the same thing to Flynn Hall that you've done to Mark Whelton over the last year. Stretching one person between being a high school principal and acting superintendent, no matter how capable, hardworking, self-sacrificing, and trustworthy he might be, hurts everyone involved. Meanwhile, the high school is about to enter an involuntary 3-year partnership with the Department of Education, and instead of seeking to unite and work together, all the 4 of you want to talk about is whose fault is it? We need unity, focus, and leadership, and all we get is deflection and finger pointing. So I've got some news for you. It's not Mark Whelton's fault. It's not Flynn Hall's fault. It's not administration's fault. It's not the teacher's fault. It's not MTSS. It's not central office. It's not the secretaries. It's not food service. It's not the bus drivers. It's not the athletic department. It's not the ISD. It's not the PTO. It's not the parents. It's not the students. It's not the township, the state, or the federal government. And it's not the school board's fault. Every single piece of that system shares responsibility for where we are, and we're here together. I am so sick and tired of watching the four of you identifying problems over and over without ever offering a single solution. For example, Carmen Castillo said the roof at the high school was replaced, but we still have leaks. The flat roof above our head is 157,000 square feet, and we are in Michigan. If you had a solution that would eliminate ever having to repair a leaking roof, you could patent it and retire tomorrow. The school district has been sent into a free fall, and that free fall is the result of decisions made and not made by 4 members of this board. Finally, when the board considers commissioning a third-party investigation tonight, transparency matters.
Time is up.
If
Thank
this
you,
investigation concerns the conduct of a sitting board
Thank you,
member,
Brandon. Time is up.
especially someone in a leadership role,
Brandon, time is up.
the
Thank
public
you.
deserves to know that as
Thank
well.
you. Brandon, your time is up. Gabe Rodriguez.
Before I start, one of our athletes was at practice. He came to me and asked would he still be able to speak. And so I'm asking if he would still be able to speak. If not, you may want to get home because it's a school night. So I'm just going to leave that there for you. So we didn't cause a scene, but he did present this. But if he is not, that's okay too. But that way I can let him know so he can make his way home as most of the other athletes have already.
So we're going to stick with the continuity.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Meaning, no,
That-
correct.
Yeah, you can tell him.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Again, appreciate you for following that direction too, Mr. Woods. Again, my name is Gabe Rodriguez. I am an alumni, I am a resident, and I'm an employee. Again, as I stated way back in the beginning, I don't do drama, I don't do politics. I live in the facts. I like to try to remove emotions from situations so that we can grasp what's really going on. So I'm just gonna share a story. Again, I'm not about the drama, but I met Mark a long time ago, well, 7 years ago. He came maybe 7 to 10. It's like Groundhog Day. But here I seen this guy in some flashy shoes and surf boy hair, and I'm like, man, who is that? And so we're in the office and I'm dealing with a student that has some high behavior issues. And he pokes around and he says, do you mind if I come in? I said, well, can you tell me who you are? And so he tells me a little bit about himself. And so we're out in the hallway and I said, sure. He's like, I just hear some things. I said, sure, okay. I know who you are now. I understand that you're here for the district. A little out of your wheelhouse that I knew of at that time, but I said, sure, come in. So we were in there for about an hour and 20 minutes. I said, oh my gosh. I said, this guy can talk. And so, again, I started to do my investigation of who Mark was. At that time, he was here helping the district. I am very protective of our students, again, just because that's how I feel like these are our students. I live in the district. I feel like they are my kids as well. I want what's best for them. So when I don't know who you are and you want to talk to our students, I do my own investigation on you. So I sat and talked with Mark, and we had conversation after conversation, and I said, man, he dreams big. Like, this is big. I'm not used to this. And I sat there fighting that urge to say, no, this is not us. And then I realized, why not us? Why so many times, and I'm a graduate, that we've been told no, that we don't deserve those things. And here I have an individual pushing that agenda. And that's big. I normally don't get emotional, but our kids are struggling. Our kids are hurting, and they want to know. And we are left holding the ball to explain what is going on. I have some of your very students every day, and I speak to them every day. great students. But you asked us to be patient and wait.
20 seconds.
Thank you. You asked us to be patient and wait, and I think that patience is done. I think that we need to know what is going on so we can move forward. One way or the other, we are owed that, and our kids are owed that for our kids. That's it.
Karina Evans.
My name is Karina Evans, and I don't feel that's important. What I think is important is the atrocities that continue to happen. And I want to tell you, I find it extremely ironic that you say that not to make personal comments. You all made this personal, not us, you. And I find it extremely insulting that while we're talking, people are looking down and they're not addressing the facts of what you do. My boys were at a wrestling match yesterday. You know who wasn't there to support them like he's been every other time we've been into a tournament? Mr. Whelton. Mr. Whelton wasn't there. And you know what? Because he wasn't there, there was no Gatorade. There was no snacks for the kids. There was nothing. You know who else wasn't there? Mr. Whelton wannabe. You weren't there either. And I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Mr. Whelton's coming back. But if you think you can fill his shoes, you are just a wannabe. You're a dress-up Mr. Whelton. And it's so discouraging to me that you all sit here and you do not do what's right. We have came here meeting after meeting after meeting. I have not heard one person stand up here and say, we want you. We agree with you. We want this. We want him gone. Not one person. Not one. I do want to say, though, I want to thank the board members who have remained in their integrity. Yeah, you can turn your back, but that's all you are. You're a wannabe. I want to tell you thank you. Thank you. Thank you for not losing your integrity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for not losing your integrity, for standing up, for standing tall, for not falling and being weak like this man who's turned around. Thank you. Thank you for not losing your integrity. Thank you. Thank you for those who have stood up for what's right. We want Mr. Whelton. That's what we all want. We all want it. Stop the games. Stop your greediness. Stop whatever you've got going on. But you're the one who made this a personal issue. Nobody else.
Kathy Hoekstra.
We love you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Hoekstra, and as someone who spent 13 years as a Bridgeport resident, homeowner, and taxpayer, I care very deeply about the leadership, integrity, culture, and most importantly, the children and families of this school district. Tonight, I want to share some factual information about Acting Superintendent Flynn Hall that many in this room may not know. Information that raises serious concerns about the direction this board appears to be heading. This isn't rumor, by the way. This is all public record. Before coming to Bridgeport, Mr. Hall worked in the Romulus Community School District, and there he followed a strikingly similar career path to what we're seeing unfold here. In Romulus, Mr. Hall was the high school principal. Then, when the sitting superintendent was placed on...
Excuse me, per board policy and per our agenda, everything I have read, this is not a time for making complaints about an employee. Employee complaints should be referred to the administration in writing.
Well, this is not a complaint. This is an information disclosure.
And the board
superintendent
is to be addressed as a whole. Please address the board as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, be sure that your
When the
complaint
sitting
goes in writing.
superintendent in the Romulus district was placed on administrative leave, this is for the board, entire board's information, as well as the people here. Due to what the board described as a breakdown in relations, Mr. Hall was named the acting superintendent. If this sounds familiar, well, soon after a divided board and community concern in that district, he was promoted from acting to permanent superintendent. And less than 2 months later, everything unraveled. During a public school board meeting, Mr. Hall used a racial slur and profane expletive, the N-word and MFer, at a public school board meeting, and it was about the assistant girls basketball coach. Multiple media outlets reported this incident. You can all look it up, and he was suspended for 10 days. Shortly thereafter, the Romulus board rescinded his permanent appointment, placed him on administrative leave, and ultimately declined to renew his contract. In short, his tenure as permanent superintendent in Romulus collapsed almost as soon as it began due to his own conduct. Now fast forward to Bridgeport. Once again, Mr. Hall's a high school principal. Once again, the sitting superintendent is placed on paid administrative leave due to conflict and controversy. And once again, Mr. Hall is named acting superintendent. And once again, we now see clear signals that certain board members are preparing to elevate him into a permanent role, as happened in Romulus. To me, that's a pattern. And it's a pattern that should deeply concern every parent, teacher, staff member, and taxpayer in this district. Contrast this with Superintendent Mark Whelton. During his tenure, Mr. Whelton built a reputation for stability, professionalism, and respect, no public meltdowns, no volatile confrontations, just steady leadership. This is what Bridgeport deserves, not imported instability, not a replay of another district's leadership disaster. And remember, your responsibility is not to Mr. Hall or any individual. It is to this district, students, and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Braun.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak after all these terrific people, because I've learned a lot. I got interested in this issue, really got involved in it when I had one of your school employees forward an email to me right after you suspended your superintendent that said, on behalf of the Bridgeport-Spaulding Community School District Administration, we would like to state that as we move through this challenging time, we want to remind everyone not to make any comments to the media and be mindful of your social media posts. I think I can see now why you didn't want him to talk. I think I see now why Julie didn't want to give her last name. This is not how a representative government behaves. This is how a bad government behaves. This is how a bad corporation behaves. You start from Enron to Iran, the story's the same, and the results are usually the same as well. From everything I've read and from everything I've seen here tonight, everybody seems to be, it's rare that you find a school district where the public employee union and the administration are all on the same page, particularly after you've built up a fund balance. Usually teacher unions want some of that fund balance before it gets built up. Now, I'd like to pause for a second and give you a little bit of a biographical thing. You can Google me, Ken Braun, just like Kurt Signetti says. I've been a public policy analyst for more than 20 years, and you'll find quite a few instances where I haven't said charitable things about public employee unions. Let me tell you something. You're all showing me why they exist. Because they need protection from people like you. And so do their kids that they teach. So, regarding the political situation you have going on here and whether you'll be on this board again in the next year, I would encourage you to help collect some of those signatures, because getting recalled might be the best thing that happens to you, because the way you're behaving won't end well. It'll get worse. And your reputation is about as good as it's going to get right now, unless you reverse your course. Thank you for your time.
Jenny Roche.
Ms. Morales, I have a story to tell you about yesterday, but one of the things I'd like to say is it's pretty shameful that you just didn't let that young man speak. You have been completely comfortable breaking Open Meeting Violation Act over Open Meeting Violation Act. You've done unlawful and unjust things for the last year since you've taken that gavel right there. And now you want to stick to the way things are supposed to go, to not let a young student in this district talk? That is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen. You just keep being more shameful. I can't even, it's hard to fathom. But yesterday, I'm getting a little bit more emotional through all of this because of all of the unjust and unlawful things. And it's been hard for our family, of course. Because we've watched Mark just pour his heart and soul into this district and love it beyond belief for the last 7.5 years. Yesterday, I probably had one of the more emotional days than I've had. I had a mix of fury and sadness and rage. And it started beautifully. So I picked up a young lady in this district to go to a wrestling match. Drove an hour and a half in, pretty crazy weather to get her there. I walk in and she chatted all the way there. She was an absolute delight. We get there and we walk in, and of course Mark isn't with me because he's tabled. He's on the sideline because you ladies have made sure that he can't be there for these kids. I walk in and one of the first things that I see is two empty tables that are wrestling tables. There are no snacks, there is no food, there is no water, there's no Gatorade, things that happen at wrestling meets that all the other parents in schools do. Our parents are brand new, right? This youth team is new. They don't know yet, so it's not their fault that these big tables aren't full. But you know what? Last year, Mark Whelton, your superintendent, Amy Morales, would get to these meets every single time. He would make sure those tables were full of snacks and food and Gatorade, and he would obsess. If it got low, he would dart out to go get more. These are little things that are turning into such big things they're so void right now for our kids. You have a guy right now that not only conducts business, the financials, has good teacher relationships, makes good things happen here with passion and care. You have that guy, but you have a guy that boots on the ground, caring about the kids. Like Tracy said, planting the flowers, painting the walls. I mean, that guy will do anything. He does all of the business stuff, but then he does the personal stuff. He cares about kids. And you made sure those tables were empty yesterday. You.
Julie Dam. No other Julie. There's a phone number here, 928 phone number. Well, Teresa, as an employee, we know your name's not Julie, Teresa. You're an employee here.
Today I'm Julie.
Well, you're not Teresa. You're not. Whose phone number is that yours? Who's coming up? No. Yeah. So, moving on. No Julie. Skylar Lake.
Oh, there's Julie.
Oh, okay. Julie.
So, when I left the house today, my husband said, "You got 31 years in. Why are you stressing over this? Because you could leave at any time." And I didn't think I'd be emotional, but and I said, because I poured my heart and soul into this community, into this school district, in the last 7-8 years with Mark. I've seen all the hard work that we've all done start to see changes. So I never thought I'd be standing here again, asking for stability, Again, asking for common sense. Again, asking you to hear the people who live and work here every single day. And again, we are pleading, please don't do this. Because when you talk about removing our superintendent, you are not talking about a name on a contract. Again, you are talking about the heart of this district. Under Mark Whelton's leadership, something changed. Again, people felt helpful. Again, teachers felt supported. And again, students felt seen. Again, our buildings reflected pride instead of survival. This district became more than a place we show up to work or learn. Again, it became a family. I have worked in this district for 31 years, and I can say without hesitation, up until 6 months ago, I have never experienced a district this positive, this united, and this proud. And again, this did not happen by accident. It happened because of our superintendent leads with his heart. Again and again, he shows up when it's easy and when it's not. He listens, he supports, he fights for opportunities for our kids, opportunities our kids would have never had before. Again, our students have clubs, classes, programs, resources that didn't exist a decade ago. Again, they believe no barriers, just possibilities, because they've seen it lived, not just said. Our students know him. They light up when they see him in the halls. Again, that matters, because kids know when someone truly cares. Knowledgeable, kind, caring superintendents are rare. Again, let me say this clearly. We already have one, and losing him would not just be unfortunate, it would be devastating. Again, our kids would feel it, our staff would feel it, and our community would feel it. Why would we choose to start over again when we are finally moving forward? This district was once struggling, morale was low, resources were scarce, hope felt distance. Look at where we are now. Again, our finances are stable. Again, our buildings have improved. Again, our programs are growing. Again, our students are succeeding. Again, our district believes in itself. Please do not undo that. Do not erase the years of trust again. Do not tell our kids that consistency doesn't matter again. Because again, they are watching us. If this truly is a decision about our students, then again, the choice is obvious. If this decision is about the greater good, again, the answer is right in front of you. Keep Mark Whelton.
Now, Skylar Ray.
Hello, everyone. Oh, it's a good mic. My name is Skylar Lay. I'm Vice President of the Frankenmuth JCs. I'm the President of the Saginaw County Wrestling Association, both of which are nonprofit organizations. Connor Roach, who I coached, asked me to speak on behalf of his stepfather today, who I know very well, Mark Whelton. Now, I've come from a family of educators. My mom taught for decades. And my dad was a superintendent and a principal at Tuscola Tech Center. So I've been around great educational leaders my entire life, just like Mark. Many people don't know this, but my dad actually started his coaching career here at Bridgeport schools. Growing up, I heard stories about how great Bridgeport once was, and about honorable men like Nick Corridori. But most people I talk to today only focus on what Bridgeport used to be. Mark is one of the few who's not stuck in the past. He's focused on the future and what Bridgeport is going to be. And that's what this district needs, someone looking ahead and not back. Now, let me tell you, Mark won't let you go 5 seconds into a conversation without wanting to talk your ear off about Bridgeport schools and where it's headed. And don't say Bridgeport Community Schools. He'll correct you every time, and he'll say it's Bridgeport-Spaulding. Because to Mark, you only move forward by including everyone. Bridgeport-Spaulding is not just a name in Mark's eyes, it's the future. When we held a Saginaw County wrestling clinic at Bridgeport, Mark didn't just pop in. He made sure to be there the whole time. He took all of us county coaches on a tour of Bridgeport, showing us what the school is doing and what they're building and what's to come. He wanted us to see the vision that he sees for the future of this school district. That's the beauty. of what Mark brings. When Mark took over, he didn't dwell on what the district used to be. He focused on what it could become. And he didn't stop at just great words. He leads by example too. He started a tradition of dressing up as Santa Claus to bring joy to kids. But the thing that stands out more than anything is this year. Gabe Rodriguez, the acting athletic director, carried on that tradition in Mark's absence. And that's why Mark is so great. He doesn't just do things. He sets a standard that others want to follow. And it's a legacy that will outlast us all. Beyond tradition, Mark works, he's written grants, fought for opportunities, and gives his heart to this district. And I'll tell you what, when he hears or sees something that he doesn't like, he doesn't turn his back on this community like others. It's unbelievable what I've seen here today. I've seen violation of First Amendment rights. I've seen the acting superintendent turn his back on the community.
Hey,
and I've seen a full parking lot for the first time, so congratulations.
Time's up, sir. Thank you. Lori Keys.
My name's Lori Keys. Corruption in publicly held roles occurs when officials use their position or authority to gain undue advantage for themselves or their allies, rather than serving the public interest. By this definition, Amy Morales fits the description. In fact, all 4 board members current up for recall fit this description. The situation began when Amy Morales enlisted 3 members to support her personal vendetta. Many of us have seen the text message Amy sent before she assumed the board presidency a year ago. In it, she clearly stated her intention not to renew his contract. At that time, she knew new board members were coming, members she believed would follow her lead. These 4 may deny it today, but the record speaks for itself. We have repeatedly seen them vote together, often without discussion, moving in lockstep. This mess did not just happen by accident, it was created. Amy Morales gained an undue advantage a year ago and has used it ever since to pursue her goals of removing what most consider to be the best superintendent this district has seen in decades. Instead of supporting the students, staff, she deflects the blame. She blames Ms. Bullock for a $25,000 budget item for board professional development, attempting to shift the responsibility for what she wanted all along, more money for travel and additional classes. Do you remember when Amy claimed she had no idea the district's lawyer was not negotiating a contract with the CFO and superintendent? Based on the frequency of contact with legal counsel and the significant fees incurred, it's difficult to believe. In fact, she has gone as far as to establish a voting order that places her vote first every time, effectively signaling how the others should vote. Corruption is about gaining undue advantage, and this behavior reflects exactly that. Now is the time for each board member to take a hard look at themselves. Who am I as a person? Are you willing to follow a corrupt board president straight into an attorney general investigation for open meeting acts? Is the truly the legacy you want? We have seen the videos, we've read the text, we've seen the email communications sent by the superintendent, and we have witnessed the silent and lack of response from the board members.
20 seconds.
This is corruption, plain and simple, designed to install a puppet superintendent so the district can use it for its own benefits. The student and not the students, staff, and the community that it's meant for. Thank you.
Christopher Roche.
I want to start off by thanking Miss Irby and Miss Castillo, for being honest about your feelings. It wasn't at the last board meeting, but the one before. You both read statements at the very end explaining your position. I know I appreciated that a lot. One thing that was mentioned that the reason for change was lack of student achievement. What I'm curious about is if our students' achievements aren't good enough for you, what would make them good enough for you? When you compare our students' scores, our test scores against other people, are you comparing them to the kids from Detroit Catholic Central or Grand Rapids Catholic Central or the homeschool kids that take those tests? Because that seems a little unfair and, quite frankly, extremely out of touch. I don't think it's fair to compare our kids to students from Detroit Catholic Central who pay upwards of $20,000 a year in tuition. I don't think it's fair to compare them to homeschool kids who have a completely different access to educational opportunities. I don't think that's fair at all. I think it makes sense to compare our kids to other school districts with a similar demographic. When you do that, our kids are amazing. And I don't know, I actually thought our kids were amazing anyway. I'm pretty proud of our students' achievements. I teach 5th grade, and my kids killed it on the NWA last week. They really did awesome. Yeah, I was really proud of them. I guess I wonder why you're not happy with their achievements. Miss Irby, you also mentioned kind of in a tailing statement, what about sports? Things are looking up. We have a new wrestling program here that I started, and 3 years ago there wasn't youth wrestling at Bridgeport. Last year at this time when we were getting ready for our first tournament, we took 7 Bridgeport kids out to compete for the very first time. This past weekend, 29 athletes from Bridgeport Elementary School stepped on the mat. 20 of those athletes placed in the top 3, 10 were champions. I don't know, I'm really proud of our students' achievements, and I know we wouldn't be here today without Mark Whelton. He's the one who greenlights programs like that. He's the one who provides us the resources to make it possible. So I guess my questions are, if our students aren't good enough for you, what would make them good enough for you? When this new superintendent comes in and you're judging them based on these standards, what exactly is the standard that it is that you want for our kids to meet? And I'd be happy to, try and meet that standard, but I don't know what it is. I'm really proud of our students, and I think they're good enough. So if you don't think they're good enough, what would be good enough for you?
Connor Roach.
Yep, there's another one. Hello, my name is Connor Roach. Amy, it's clear to me that you've already made up your mind. Clearly have some sort of personal issue with Mr. Whelton. You'll do whatever it takes to get rid of him. Doesn't matter what his track record is or how much time he spends trying to do what's right for this district and community. It doesn't matter if the kids will suffer. Carmen, Brentoya, Lucy, I'm not talking to her. She has no interest in listening to reason. This speech is for you 3. Each of you still has the opportunity to make the right decision. Mr. Whelton has been nothing but a positive force for good for this school. I think you know this already, though. I think that somehow Amy has gotten the 3 of you to see past that. She has convinced you that there is some sort of pot of gold on the other end of this, if you can just get rid of Mr. Whelton. But believe me, there is no pot of gold. The whole point of a community school board is to oversee progress, not get in the way of it. Let me say that again in case you didn't hear it. The whole point of a community school board is to oversee progress, not get in the way of it. Me and my brother spent all day yesterday coaching many Bridgeport elementary and middle schoolers at a wrestling tournament. Most of them have never stepped onto a mat until about a month ago. Out of the 27 wrestlers that we brought yesterday, 17 of them brought home top 3 placement medals. 7 of those medals were gold. All day we had other coaches coming up to us asking where we were from. They were awestruck by the tenacity and athleticism of our young wrestlers. More so, they were truly impressed with how kind, outgoing, and energetic these 7 to 14-year-olds were. They were asking us if they would be allowed to bring some of their wrestlers up to our practices. That is what progress looks like. For many of these kids, this is the first medal they had ever earned. In fact, with so many of our wrestlers facing difficult home lives, this is the first real win they've had in a while. Carmen, Brentoya, Lucy, if you continue on this path, then this school district is likely to end up right back where it was before Mr. Whelton took over. In debt, diminishing test scores, and on track to closing completely. The power is in your hands. If this becomes a reality, it will be your fault. On the other end of it, though, if you decide today to stop following Amy down this dark path that leads to nowhere good, if you vote in the best interest of this school, if you allow Mr. Whelton to get back to doing what he does best, you will be the reason that Bridgeport does not spiral out of control. You will have done the right thing, and the people might remember that. Amy has made her bed.
Thank you,
Not
sir.
have to stay in
Time
it.
is up. Thank you. Item number 4, any agenda adjustment?
I have one. I'd like to see board comments at the end of our agendas again. I don't know when they disappeared, but I'd like to add that at the end. Oh, I'd like to make a motion that we add board comments. Support.
There is a motion made by Sawatsky, supported by Lang?
Yes.
Lang. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Robin, there is an agenda adjustment motion on the table to add the board comment as well as, I'm assuming, comments in general?
Yeah, we always had board comments at the end, and then they're not there anymore.
Just board comments?
Board and superintendent, if would be fine, please.
So you're revising your motion?
Sure. Board and superintendent comments at the end, before adjournment.
So the motion is made to add board and superintendent comment for a meeting, for an adjustment. In general, going forward?
Jesus.
Yes.
Going forward. The motion is for going forward.
Including tonight, please.
Including tonight.
Including tonight. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. Roll call, Robin?
Ms. Morales?
No.
Mrs. Breemsey?
Yes.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Irby?
No.
Mr. Lang?
Yes.
Ms. Bieschke?
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky?
Yes.
We have 5 yes votes and 2 opposed. I apologize, 2 opposed.
Motion has passed. Robin, if you can add that into section number 8A before adjournment. Any other agenda adjustments?
I do have one. A recommendation for closed session to share and discuss the complaint that was filed by Ms. Bullock. If we can include that in the already recommended closed session or add it as a standalone. This is for legal opinion from attorney Dan Martin from True and Law.
So you cannot add it to the number 7, but you can do a motion to add closed session to number 8, which is the discussion of alleged board policy violations, which to go into closed session, adding, not that we are not voting to go into closed session right now, we are voting for an agenda adjustment to add that in number 8 in order to discuss going into closed session.
Ms. Morales, I would like to comment on that, if you don't mind. It's my understanding that because the complaint is directed at a board member, that board member has the right to choose whether it is or is not in closed session. So it would be the board member who is in question whether they want it in closed or not.
Well, the board member still cannot be in that closed session, so do they still get that option?
Yes, they do.
So there's also actually,
I'm just raising it as a point of order for your benefit.
right, and to go into closed session for that, also want to let you know that, to add that into to add that to number 8 to go into closed session due to alleged policy violations, want it stated as well that there's additional discussion to be held on this at this time. So the motion is on the table to change number 8 and add a closed session opportunity. The issue with that is there was a confidential but former complaint that was filed alleging ethical provisions of board policies on 3 board members. We have not received a formal legal opinion. I only have a verbal opinion. If we were to vote for a third-party investigator, we would be spending district funds in regards to inter-board fight. So not only does the initial board member have the right, but the 3 other board members have the right to state if it is to go into closed session or not. So we're gonna, to discuss this matter, the motion has been made to go into closed session. So we're gonna add that to the agenda.
You haven't had support yet.
You have to vote to add that to the, right?
You have to vote to add the closed session.
You have a motion, you do not have support. Somebody needs to support the motion.
You have support. Is that what you're saying? I can't hear
You
you.
do not. The motion has been made. I've not heard support.
So the motion has been made to add in number 8 to go into a closed session to discuss alleged board policy violations. Is
And I
there,
noted that the board member in question has the right to do it in closed session or open session, and that determination's not been made.
so for Brintoya's statement, the board member does not need it to go into closed session.
And by it being a legal opinion, that is still needed, Bob?
The legal opinion is addressing a particular board member's actions based on the complaint. That board member has the right to have it either in closed session or in open session. That is my point.
Similar to expulsion hearings?
Yes.
No closed session is required.
Is that your vote? Your request?
Is that your choice? Okay.
We don't need to agenda adjustment.
No? No? So the motion cannot be carried to go into the closed session for Brintoya's motion, the vice president's motion there.
What?
So does she want an open session of that?
That's the only other option.
Yeah, that's the only.
Well, we still have to add it. Is that part of 808 already?
That's number 8. Yep, that is number 8. That's already in there to
Okay,
discuss.
that's what that's.
To discuss the alleged board policy violation.
Okay, okay.
And so Brintoya will talk at that time.
I wasn't sure that was what that was about.
Yep.
I apologize. Thanks for clearing that up.
No? Any other agenda adjustment? Board? No? The agenda is accepted. Moving on to number 5, January 12th organizational and business meeting minutes. Recommended action is to move to approve minutes from January 12th organizational and business meeting, including scheduled meeting dates.
So moved.
Is there a support?
I'll support Lucy.
Was there a support? Second? Lucy? Okay. Roll call, please, Robin?
Ms. Morales?
Yes.
Mrs. Breemsey?
Yes.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Irby?
Yes.
Mr. Lang?
Yes.
Mrs. Bieshke?
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky?
Yes.
We have 7 votes yes, 0 votes opposed.
Moving on to item number 6, state partnership, TSI-CSI. Mr. Hall.
All right, thank you. We touched on this a little bit last meeting. However, at the last meeting, there was some information that was distributed out by a staff member and distributed to the board regarding January 31st, 2025, updates to the board from Mr. Whelton. And because of that, a couple of board members pulled me aside and wanted to know some more information in regards to that correspondence from January 31st of 2025, in which the Bridgeport High School was placed under the targeted support and improvement And so since then, it was elevated because their question was, it was how do we get elevated from TSI to CSI? And so it sparked that right there. And I'll speak later on to, unfortunately, a social media piece that was put out in regards to that meeting. So if you all are aware of that social media piece that was put out about Mr. Hall meeting with 2 board members after the last board meeting, it was directly because of the correspondence that was sent out, and these two board members had questions about that, in which I shared with them that I would share out here in this open forum. So, as it was shared in that document and that communications from Superintendent Whelton, that the high school at that time was under TSI. There's some breakdown. I won't go through the entire breakdown of what he shared in there. And leading up to that, when they came back through and some of the things did not meet state standards or their state standards in that regards, then the high school was placed on CSI. And so I'll share with you the summary of that. So the difference between, because it should say TSI and CSI. So the difference between that is that in Michigan, in Michigan's accountability system under the Every Student Succeeds Act, and in the Michigan Department of Education, it identifies schools needing improvement and groups them into categories based on how they are performing. 2 of these groups, or there's actually 3 groups, but I won't speak of all 3 because it's not needed. So 2 of these groups are the TSI, which is Targeted Support and Improvement, and the other group is CSI, Comprehensive Support and Improvement, which in whom they are deferred. So the CSI applies to the lowest performing schools statewide or certain high schools within very low graduation rates in Michigan, schools in the bottom 5, statewide overall performance, high schools with a 4-year graduation rate of 67%, or lower, schools previously identified under CSI or we used to be called ATS that failed to meet the exit criteria. So it's a 3-year criteria. And if a school does not elevate out of that, it continues to stay in the CSI status. And so there's levels of support in which I shared before, but I'll share it again, that we have already, the high school administration has already, and some central office administration has already began their partnership programming with the state as well as the intermediate school district. We've already begun that plan. So initially, the 3-year will start for the 26-27 school year. However, we get a half a year to plan and to start partnering with individuals. Why is that important to understand that the 3-year term starts next year? Because at the conclusion of that 3 years under the CSI, they will be those 3rd-year students, those juniors, will be assessed in the area of the standardized area. And for the state of Michigan, that is the SAT scores, in which, unfortunately, we do not meet that threshold. That's important. Another piece that's important because those current students are in the 8th grade. So the plan that we're putting together is students we're going to need to partner with the middle school, okay, because those students are currently in the middle school. And so in order for us to get out of CSI, we've got to make a partnership, academic partnership and understanding and collaboration with the middle school. The middle school, unfortunately, is also in the TSI stage. And if there's any academic decrease there, then they unfortunately would be placed on the CSI. And so in order to make sure that the middle school does not go into CSI stage, all right? In order for the middle school to not go into CSI stage, they need to be partnering with the elementary school, all right, to make sure that the students are getting what they need as they matriculate up to the middle school level, okay? So why does this matter?
Can I ask you a question first?
Yes, sir.
Is my understanding that the middle school was under TSI because of a specific population, special needs students, and that generally there was not a performance issue at the middle school level? So I'm not quite sure why you're assessing that they may go into CSI when it is an identified population, correct? I'm questions just so that I understand.
Yeah. So for your so Mr. Hall doesn't. I don't make these notate. I don't. This is the state of Michigan that does that. So
I guess my question is simply, do I have that right? That in fact the population of the middle school has got to do with special ed students, and that's why they're under TSI, and their ability to deal with that is that the building principal will deal with that with the state, and that's not a major issue, as I understand.
It's a major issue if it's not dealt with, because
I understand
it can be led to that if it's not addressed properly, it can be moved. So if your question is, can it be moved to the CSI? Yes, it can.
I understand, but we're also talking about a very segregated population that they're referencing in TSI standing, correct?
Well, all of them are segregated populations, because when you take a look at what they look at, standardized test scores, they don't look at local test scores. They look at graduation rate, and they look at areas, unfortunately, because of our demographics, we are already at a disadvantage. Because of our demographics, we're already at a disadvantage. However, that still doesn't give us a pass. The state doesn't give us a pass because of our demographics.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand why you would include the middle school as being potentially a candidate for CSI.
Because the middle school it's not a potential candidate for CSI, it is a current CSI student, current TSI, school. It is. When you look at the Michigan Department of Education, our middle school has been identified as a TSI. I want to clearly state for the record that there needs to be a plan put in place in the partnership with the elementary school, because those are the students that we get for the majority. So if there is no intentional plan to partner with the middle school, okay, it would be neglectful for me to not say that that would hurt our middle school. Just as it's stated, so our partners from the state of Michigan, in our plan, it is going to include direct instructional partnership with our middle school. Once again, why? Because those students that are coming out of the middle school are going to be the ones that are going to directly impact if we get out of CSI or not. Those are not our current students right now.
I get
that cohort is in 8th grade right now. So we need to be partnering, talking with our 8th grade teachers.
I got that.
Okay.
I don't have any issue with what you're saying.
Okay.
As far as building a partnership with the middle school, what my point is that TSI standing was based on a subgroup of students with disabilities that were in the bottom 25%. That was the only subcategory, as I understand it, that caused them to be in TSI standing. Now, maybe Mr. Baker can correct me after the meeting, but that was my understanding.
Right. So.
And yes, he needs to have a plan to correct that.
Correct. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying you're trying to say that they can put a noose around the entire building, and I don't think that's a fair or accurate representation.
No. I want to make sure that a partnership, I'm saying that there's a partnership that's needed, because once again, if you take a look at the documentation that was shared from the January 31st, I believe, of January 2025, the high school was TSI at that time.
Yes,
We're currently CSI at that time. So I'm trying to avoid from the middle school to go through what the high school is currently going through. That was the reason for my statement right there.
Okay.
CSI implies that, let me go back up, down here. I already shared that. So why does this matter? CS schools are those with the greatest overall needs across multiple measures, achievement, growth, graduation, etc., and thus receive stronger intervention and oversight. TSI, targeted support and improvement, is schools that have specific student groups, as you just stated, underperforming, not necessarily the whole school. Any schools with one or more student subgroups performing in the bottom 25% of the applicable components of the Michigan Schools Index. All right. This focus on disparities in performances for particular groups annually, because subgroup performance data is reviewed every year. The level of support the school working with its district develops and implements a TSI improvement plan, and the district shows the primary goal and oversight of monitoring the plan. TSI is designed to target specific groups of students who are struggling, whereas CSI addresses the overall school performance. So once again, this is on the agenda because board members wanted some more information in regards to the difference between the TSI situation and the CSI situation, and where district schools are at. And so hopefully I shared that with you all with this report, but I'll open it up for any questions that you may have. Are there any questions from the board?
I just want clarification, Mr. Hall. You mentioned 25%, that the student subgroups are in the bottom of the 25% of the state?
Yes, of that particular subgroup in the state, yes. That's a TSI. That's a TSI. CSI is 5%. The lowest 5%.
So my question, do you have any information in regards, or can you show the board any resolutions that were given to the state or that we have done for that September 1st deadline that was written on that January information in regards to the TSI? And was it just the high school that was at the TSI at that time?
I'm not sure if it was just the high school that was at the TSI at that time. I didn't do any research.
So who gave the September 1st deadline? Was that the state of Michigan? Was that MDE? On that January?
Yes.
So MDE.
I'm looking back at the information that was shared out by Mr. Sweeney. Go ahead.
So MDE gave the district, our district, a September 1st deadline, or what exactly were they looking for? Do you know that by reading that, or when you've met with them? I have questions on that when you met with them too.
Yeah, so it shares it right here, so I'll read it. It says, maintain the current, I'll read the report from Mr. Whelton.
Oh, there was a resolution sent then to the state that met the September 1st deadline.
I don't know if it was a resolution. All I have is a report that was shared with the board.
Oh, you're talking about the update that we received.
Correct.
Oh, no. I'm wondering if the state, so you said you met with the state.
Yes.
Okay, and
This is under the CSI status, not the TSI status. I met with the state. TSI status, you don't have to meet with the state. You have to do that internally, district.
So you said we began a plan, but it's to start the next school year. So the beginning of the school year or calendar year?
Ask your question again for clarity.
So you said that the plan you began a plan.
We're working, we have begun working on the plan, correct?
That is to start
Process, that is to start for the 26-27 school year.
school year. Thank you.
Correct.
And that is for the TSI.
It's for the CSI, for the high school.
CSI, thank you.
Correct.
Is there any data software in the district in regards to academia? Do we have anything monitoring that? Okay. Who's trained on the data and the softwares?
At the high school level, Mr. Beck and I, as well as Dr. Garcia.
Is that new? Is that part of the plan or no, that's been implemented?
That's going to be part of the plan. That's where we pull our data from, our academic data from.
So that's new.
No, we've always had, we use a platform called Numetrics. Munetrics.
New. And that's going to help us working on the target points.
Well, it will help. It will show our data. It's a data storage system. What's going to help us is making sure that we identify students that are quote unquote on the academic bubble and move those students. That's where you see your biggest progress at. Those are right there of being not very close to being proficient but are non-proficient, to target those individuals and move them over to proficiency. That's going to be your strongest point. All right, to keep those that are proficient, that they will maintain to be on the steps, on the track to be proficient. Okay, and then those that are close to being proficient, to move them to proficiency. And those that, and so they're not eliminating anyone, but those that still yet are low on the proficiency scale, we still have to move them up. So you got to approach it. It has to be approached from a 3 lens. Those that are proficient, you want to keep them proficient as they matriculate from grade level. Those that are close to proficiency, you want to put the academic intervention in there to move them to be proficiency, excuse me, okay? And so you have to know exactly what do those students need. So you have to know what areas are they proficient in, and the areas they're non-proficient in. And what I mean by areas, not just ELA, you got to break that, you have to be broken down. Like, is a student struggling with reading, and at what level? So it has to be broken down.
Since you have met with the state people, is just the state or is the ISD involved in that as well?
Oh, state and ISD.
Are they separate or do they meet together?
Together. They are partnerships.
Is there a
together.
way that you could, how hard would it be to get us the information in regards to what was, or if anything was given regarding this partnership deadline of that September 1st? Do they have the answers to that?
No, they wouldn't have needed that because it was on the district. You all should have that.
So the board was supposed to be given that information.
I can't speak to, I don't know how y'all was operating.
Right.
All right, so I can't, I won't speak to that.
Was there specific discussion and were there details given in regards to the items that were given to the state to avoid TSI, or CSI, I'm sorry.
To avoid CSI.
CSI for that September 1st deadline?
Nothing that I recall. It's that January 31st email where it stated that at the bottom. If that had been overlooked, it was never brought up or discussed at any board meetings after.
So there's always been a mention that our student body is predominantly
economically challenged.
School of choice. Is that still true? Are we still 50% school of choice?
I won't speak directly to that. I like to be accurate when I speak to that right there. I do know, I will say this, we have a high percentage of school of choice students.
So I guess I'd just like to know, because years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, data was that over 50% were from the city. And the data shows, and correct me if I'm wrong, where we're at, and not my school data. I want this to go through whatever the state sees things that Saginaw City is rated higher than us when it comes to academia.
That is correct.
Yet, over 50% of our student body is from Saginaw City. So if they're able to do that, are they, or were they, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, were they in TSI or CSI?
They have some schools in both areas. They're obviously larger school district, so they do have some schools in both areas, but they do have some schools that are not.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little bit concerned that you're throwing around numbers and dates and we don't have definitive answers. I would suggest that we defer this to the next meeting where data can be actually provided so that we can speak from fact, not fiction, please.
That's what I asked. Can you find that information or get that, anything that was given for that deadline that was due for the state? Go off of all the paperwork that you have, and if you can present that to us in regards to, you're stating specifically that we were supposed to have known what information from the targeting that the state provided, the targeting areas that the district was to work on, and the deadline was September 1st of 2025. So if you could ask them, I don't know when your meetings are, I don't know what your things are, but just if you could look into that, as well as, is there any information you can share from your meetings with the state and the ISD?
I mean, it's not private information. It is. There's areas in which we have to increase our proficiency. So our graduation percentage is not one. Actually, the only one that is where we're struggling at right now is our standardized test scores, our SAT test scores. That's our major one right there.
I'd like to put a fine point on this so that we can at least ensure that we've got the requirements understood. You're asking for the plan that was submitted to the state in September, and you're asking for the percentage of students are schools of choice. Does that summarize what we're asking for?
You're asking me?
Me personally, I also want more information in regards to the student body, if it's something to the fact where our district, if all of our students come from one specific school district, and that school district is rated higher than us academically, what can we do? Are we working in partnership with just the state? Are we looking into other school districts? Are we asking, hey, what are other school districts doing? All that type of stuff. Are they asking us is there any mention of a curriculum director? As I know some of the board members have requested that periodically. There's a lot of information in regards to, there was time given to avoid the CSI. How could this have been avoided? Are we able to implement any type of plan going forward to keep that? Because when were we in already with them? We were partnered with the state. Bob, you were here. Was it 8 years ago? 10 years ago?
It was in that time frame, yes.
So the last partnership, what changed from one partnership to the other? Is the state able to provide that information to us?
Well,
Mr. Hodge, is the state able to provide that information to us of what changed from one partnership to the other? Yes, obviously things are different, but are they saying you should have implemented one thing or another? I mean, the target areas still haven't changed.
Right. So generally, I'll speak in general to answer that question. When you're in state oversight, in the sense of partnership, now that's what they call it, and you exit that, they encourage you to, whether they encourage you or not, it is kind of good practice to remain doing the things that got you out of the situation. I think that's what you're asking. Okay. Once again, how did that look? Unfortunately, I wasn't here whenever 8 years ago, 10 years ago, and so that's what that is. If you're asking me, and so to Mr. Lane, to your point, of a summary of something that was submitted, or you're looking for something that was supposed to be submitted in September to the state would not be able to provide that because.
Well, if we submitted it, we should have a copy in our own house, right?
The state would not be able to provide that because when a school is under the TSI status, that is
I think we're
district.
failure to communicate here.
It's district oversight.
Ms. Morales, you said something was supposed to be submitted in September, correct?
I didn't say that. That's what you received on the January 31st email for an update.
Okay, so January 31st said that something was supposed to be submitted in September.
Multiple things. There were deadlines, yes, for September 1st, 2025.
What you're asking for is those things that were identified in that memo to be presented to the board as to whether they were or were not met.
Correct.
Okay, and you also
You understood that, Mr. Hall, correct?
I did. I just want to be clear because I don't think it was understood as a whole.
Oh.
All right, and you asked for the percentage of students that were schools of choice, and I would contend you, it doesn't matter where they come from, once we have them, they are ours.
Right. And the point is, though, if the students in their own district, if their home districts where they're originally, or where they actually reside, that is higher than we are, what are they doing different?
Right.
That is the point. So you need to,
So one of the things that our data specialist is doing, he is tracking those students that have spent a significant years in the district, the academics there.
I'm sorry, who's doing that?
Our data coach and analysis, Dr. Garcia.
Could we maybe ask for Dr. Garcia to come to the next board meeting and make a presentation about the specific thing?
Yes, I can. We'll see if that data is, if he has time to complete that particular project.
Okay, thank you.
If not the next one, but definitely the next one after that.
Board, any other questions for Mr. Hall? Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Welcome.
Item number 7. There's a recommendation for closed session meeting under Section 81H of the Michigan Opens Meeting Act to discuss and consider a legal opinion from board-approved, commissioned attorney Telgenhoff. He is not the district lawyer. He is a board-approved, commissioned attorney, which is exempt from disclosure under state law due to the attorney-client privilege. The vote is to be made if this is to go into closed session or not. There's a recommendation on the table. Is there a second?
Support.
Board members, discussion in regards to if you want to go into closed session or not. Hearing no discussion, roll call. Robin? Now again, you're voting to go into closed session to discuss, to receive a legal opinion from board-approved commissioned attorney Telgenhoff.
Ms. Morales?
No.
Mrs. Bramesy?
Yes.
Ms. Castell?
Yes.
Ms. Irby?
Yes.
Mr. Lang?
No.
Mrs. Bieshki?
No.
Mr. Sawatsky?
No.
We have 3 yes votes and 4 votes opposed.
So motion has failed to go into closed session. Does anyone have any objection? We can yield the floor to Telgenhoff. And we also want to remind that allowing opinions and being respectful from the board, we have to have order. So is there any objection to asking Telgenhoff coming to the podium?
None for me.
None for me. Mr. Telgenhoff? The floor is yours. Yeah, so. Oh, uh-oh. Could be.
Just turned off, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? I've met with all the board members, but it just, I guess, since I don't usually speak in front of a crowd this large, but just for background, my name's Alan Telgenhoff. I'm an attorney, Traverse City, Michigan. 1981 graduate of Clio High School, just down the road from you all. And went to law school, came back to Clio, practiced there, and I was on the Board of Education at Clio area schools before I moved up north 30 years ago. And I was on the Charlevoix Board of Education after I moved north, was board president there for a number of years. I had the fun that you've had tonight, Ms. Morales, of running meetings on highly charged issues. So I've been in your position, at least to that extent. I ran for prosecutor in 2012, Charlevoix County prosecuting attorney, and was elected to 2 terms. Actually, I'm sorry, was elected to 3 terms. And I retired in 2022, and then began, as part of my, went into private practice, and as part of that practice, began conducting third-party school investigations like I was asked to do here. So that's just my background. What I was asked to do in this case is semi-typical with, has been my experience over the last 3 years, is to investigate complaints that had been received. And in this situation, one of the things that was different about it is that there were complaints from different sources. The majority, I guess, just for background, the majority of the investigations that I do is perhaps an employee has a complaint against the superintendent. One board member has a complaint against another board member. Things of those issues. That's the majority of the complaints that I investigate. In this situation, I was provided with a number of complaints, and I'll run through all those here tonight and talk to you about those. The procedure that I followed here is the procedure that I follow in every one of these investigations, which is I contact the complainants and let them know that I've been retained to investigate their complaints. And if they have any additional information that they want me to have, if they have any additional witnesses that they would like for me to talk to, I need that information. I also reach out to the respondent, the target, so to speak, of the complaints, and afford them that same opportunity. Let them know who I am, what I've been hired to do, ask for any information that they have in response, and any witnesses that they have in response that I should speak with. Obviously, I come in kind of jokingly, I probably use that joke with many of you. I parachute into the district. I don't know anyone here.
played basketball in your gym back in 1980, I think, but other than that, and then I'm gonna leave when this is done. So I have no idea who the witnesses would be in these matters. I have no idea who to talk to if the complainants and the respondents don't provide me with that information. Once I have that information, then I schedule time to come in person and meet with the witnesses. And that's what I did here. I think it's very important for investigations, at least for those initial interviews, to be in person. You get a lot more when you talk to people face to face than when you talk over Zoom or you talk over the telephone. Just like I'm sure tonight, if I was on Zoom and you were watching me, hopefully we'll have a better conversation than we would in that type of situation. So that's the procedure that I followed in this case. I think the majority of the board voted to retain my services on November 21st. I received the first complaints on December 1st and December 2nd. On December 3rd, I reached out to Ms. Morales, who's your representative as your board president, described the procedure that I was going to follow, which is essentially what I just told you all here as well. I received an additional, I termed it as a complaint, ironically, maybe not so ironically. It's what Mr. Hall was just talking about, TSI, CSI. So I add another complaint that I added to my list for review. I received that on December 4th. I reached out to Mr. Whelton as well because he was obviously the respondent to these complaints and underscored the procedure that I intended to follow. I received word back from Mr. Delaporte, his counsel, who addressed you here tonight, and arranged for time to come to the district and interview all the witnesses that I was provided. And I came to Bridgeport on December 18th and December 19th and conducted those interviews here in your building. Actually, Mr. Hall was kind enough to give me his conference room, and I utilized that for interviews. I'm going to talk about, I don't want to mention names because typically it's the first time I've addressed a report such as this in open session, but I want to keep the privacy of some of these people, especially parents of students, because we want to keep the privacy of the students private as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions when I'm through or while we're going through from the board. But one of the things that I think would be important is to keep some of that privacy of these individuals, and I think you'll understand why as we go through it. But I interviewed a number of people over these 2 days. I interviewed all of the complainants, everyone who had written a letter. I interviewed, one of them was a parent. I interviewed them with the entire family, mother, father, child, and another individual who was a witness to one of the incidents that they wanted to speak with me about. Interviewed Athletic Director Rodriguez, interviewed all 7 board members. That was a first for me. But some of the issues that were raised related to board conduct as a whole, related to behavior that had taken place at board meetings. And so I made the decision that it would be best not to talk to 1 board member or 2 board members. Let's talk to all 7 board members. And I appreciate your time in doing that. I interviewed your athletic director, Mr. Rodriguez, who spoke tonight so eloquently. And I watched a number of your school board meetings because that was raised to me as potential issues and background that would be important for me to have. So you have lots of cameras here tonight, and I'm sure this will be on YouTube soon enough, but I was able to find your meetings and watch those meetings. And additionally, there was an individual from your community that had taken video of some meetings that provided that to me as well. I did meet with Mr. Whelton and his attorneys, and he was very forthright and agreed to meet with me, and I appreciate that. And then I had some follow-up information that I requested from different individuals. So, and just to be perfectly clear, I had asked for some information from Ms. Morales, which I'll talk about later in the report, but I also asked for some information from Mr. Lang, which I appreciate I received from him, which I'll talk about as well. And it had to do with Mr. Whelton's inability, because he's on leave, to access his email and his information. And so he and I talked about that, and I said, if there's anything that I need that I can't get, I'll let you know. But one of the things was communication with the board. So I reached out to Ms. Morales about that initially, and it was probably Christmas Eve or something, that I was trying to get this done for you folks as quickly as I could in a thorough manner. But some of these requests I know were made over the Christmas holidays, so I didn't expect immediate responses. But I did then reach out to Mr. Lang, and he was able to provide me with an email, actually the one that you were talking about earlier, the January 31st email, which had some importance to my report. That's kind of the backdrop. One thing that I want to say up front, and I think the board understands this, but so that everyone understands this, my investigation was not to look into if Mr. Whelton was a good superintendent, a bad superintendent, you know, whether he should get an A, B, C, D, whatever. I was not asked to come in and be a part of his evaluation process. That's for you all to do. You had voted, majority of the board had voted before all this happened not to extend his contract. Again, my report is not on whether or not that's a good idea, bad idea, whatever. My purpose here is, one of the people that I've worked with on some of these investigations talks about, just to call balls and strikes, right? Just to use, we gotta use sports analogies, right? But I'm not to tell you who's got the good team, who's got the bad team, but what I'm gonna do is just shoot you straight, call balls and strikes, tell you what I see. So that was not what I was asked to do, and that wouldn't be appropriate for me to do. That's for you all to do. So I'll walk now through each of the complaints that I looked at and talk about what I learned in the investigation and what my findings were. The first related to a parent, and this is the one that I talked about earlier. I met with a family. I met with a father, mother, child, and they brought in a third party who worked with the family to be a part of the interview process. Excuse me. And I had gotten a copy of a letter that the father had written. And I'm sorry, I didn't bring all my files tonight. I do have on my computer, so if there's things that you want me to pull up, I do my best to pull those up. But the gist of it was there was a complaint made to the Board of Education that related to a meeting between the family and Mr. Whelton. That was the primary issue as I understood it from the letter. The background was, and obviously this, as happens in all these investigations, I get a letter from a gentleman, says, here's what I'm concerned about. We sit down and talk. Now I'm concerned about many other things, right? And so it kind of expands. I get more information. One of the things, hello? Okay. Maybe I was talking too long. I need a break. Anyway, one of the things that I always talk to the respondents about is
We went out again.
I can't tie that.
Yeah, here. Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. I'll talk fast. I forget where I was at. But So when I meet with the family, and it happens with a lot of witnesses, right? You talk to them and they tell you more things. One thing I want to be clear about is that what I had told Mr. Whelton and his counsel, and what I tell a respondent in every case, is that if someone brings up something in an interview, or they send me a letter, or they do something after I've started my investigative process, and I'm going to look into that, I'm going to let the respondent know, and I'm going to give them a chance to respond. So I had given the complaints to Mr. Whelton's counsel, and I had indicated if we get anything else, I will give that to you. And so in this situation, I'm talking around it, but I'm trying to think of the best way to say this without trying to give away who people are. The child that was involved in this situation is obviously one of your students. And there was a situation, there's two situations that are at issue here. One is the child was involved in an incident at school and had made an allegation to mom and dad that a school staff member had grabbed the child inappropriately. It left marks on the child, okay? And so mom and dad had a complaint, made that complaint, according to dad, to the school, and they felt like the matter was not investigated. They felt like there were two different things that were said. One was that there was no investigation. The other was that they just took the staff member's word. The staff member said it didn't happen. They just believed the staff member. And then it also was said they never got back to me at all. But then obviously they told me that someone had told them that the staff member said that it didn't happen. So I'm getting, welcome to investigations, right? I'm getting a little mixed message, okay? But the gist of it was the child, someone had put hands on the child, allegedly. And so that was the primary concern that the parent had, was that that had happened and that not a proper investigation had taken place. Put that to the side. The student was involved in a meeting where a bunch of staff were involved, including Mr. Whelton, who I think Mr. Whelton went there from talking with Mr. Whelton about it in part because he was concerned that it might be a kind of a volatile situation with the family. And so he's at this meeting, there's staff at the meeting, and there's a business portion of that meeting, and near what the dad believes is the business was all done. We're all done talking about the issue that we're here today. Dad wanted to then address with Mr. Whelton the issue with the child being touched at school in the investigation, okay? Wasn't the purpose of the meeting, but now as the dad's got Mr. Whelton's ear, he wants to talk about this situation. The allegation was, and this was in the letter that was given to me, was that Mr. Whelton had escorted dad from the school and refused to talk about the issue and had stopped the meeting and led the parent out. One of the things that was upsetting to the parent was that there were minutes from that meeting that had been prepared by another staff member, not Mr. Whelton, that said that they couldn't complete the meeting because of the disruptive behavior of the parent, and that the meeting had to be stopped and the parent had to leave. The parent was not happy with Mr. Whelton from the meeting. Parent was not happy with the minutes from the meeting. Parent said that they didn't investigate it, or I don't like the results of the investigation. I spoke with Mr. Whelton about the situation, and what Mr. Whelton indicated was that he was aware of all of this situation. There was an investigation with respect to what had happened to the child, and there wasn't a situation where the staff member denied ever touching the child. In fact, the staff member said, I did touch the child. What I did was act in defense of other students because the student was out of control. And so I did grab a hold of the student to restrain them. but it was to protect other students. That's the reason that I did it. Mr. Whelton indicated that that had been communicated to the parent. With respect to this meeting, what Mr. Whelton indicated was that, as I said, I don't, and I may be wrong, and he's here, he can correct the record, but I don't recall offhand if he typically attends those meetings or he doesn't. But my recollection was that he doesn't usually, but perhaps this was a situation where he ought to be there, that Dad might get a little worked up. Those are my words, not Mr. Whelton's words. And that when they reached that point of the meeting where that did start to happen, and we're no longer talking about the business that brings us for the meeting, Mr. Whelton said that he could see staff members becoming uneasy, nervous, maybe even a little bit scared as it started to get a little bit loud. And we're not talking about what is bringing us here today. It's not this business meeting anymore. And Mr. Whelton said that he did decide that, you know what, we're going to take a time out, and told the dad, hey, I'm going to walk you out, and stop the meeting and walk Dad out of the building. Now, when I met with Dad in person, one of the things that Dad told me was, I had this vision of, you know, Mr. Whelton grabbing a hold of him and, you know, ICE agent, you know, leading him to the door or something. It's too soon for ICE agent shows. But anyway, that he's like, you know, physically leading him out. What Dad told me was, as they were leaving, what they were talking about was one of Mr. Whelton's kids and their coaching. It ended on a good note with Dad on that day. Obviously, something happened at some point in time, because the other piece of this is that Dad wrote a complaint to the state of Michigan and filed a complaint with the state of Michigan. And one of the things that I was asked to investigate is whether, I don't investigate, but at least look at, is that Mr. Whelton didn't notify the board that there was a complaint that had been raised with the state of Michigan, and whether he should have done so or not. I'll be honest with you, you know, I'm a school board member for 10 years, been prosecutor for 10 years. I think that's above my pay grade to decide, you know, exactly what issue needs to be communicated to the Board of Education. Obviously, there are some things, you get a shooting on campus, that needs to be reported to the Board of Education immediately, right? Any complaint that is made to the state of Michigan, should that immediately be communicated to the Board of Education? Ultimately, that's going to be for you guys to decide. One thing that Dad told me, one of the first things that he told me when I met was he had just gotten a letter from the state of Michigan throwing out his complaint. So if it's a situation where, you know, the district feels comfortable with what happened, people file complaints every day. It's the old lawyer joke. If you got $100, you can go to the courthouse, sue whoever you want. You can write any letter you want to MDE. Should that be communicated to the board? That's for you all to decide. I'm going to talk later about communication, just in general, as I found it through this investigation. But based upon all of what I heard there, and you know, it really wasn't a situation of one person's word against another. It really was, as I took it with Dad and Mr. Whelton in that meeting, it was different people having different perspectives. When you're the person who's worked up, I don't know that you ever really understand how worked up you are. At least that's been my experience. And so weighing all that evidence, using a preponderance of the evidence standard, which is what we do in these investigations, more likely than not, 51%, 49%. My finding on that is Mr. Whelton acted completely appropriately. He had a meeting with a parent who's bringing up issues that are not subject to the meeting. He's got a judgment call to make there, and if he erred at all, he erred on the side of safety of his staff. He had people that, by his telling, were nervous in that meeting. I saw how animated the parent was when he met with me. He was a very nice man, but this is an issue that's very near and dear to him. I could see him getting upset, and that being a little bit nerve-wracking for the staff that were involved. So I don't find any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Whelton with respect to that. With respect to the complaint to the state of Michigan and whether or not that should have been communicated to the Board of Education, some of that goes with your board your policies, and I know you talk a lot about policies, and when you're a school board member, everybody wants to tell you that's your job is policy, 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 but some of that's also communication style, right? And one of the things, I'm probably gonna go beyond what I should in my conclusions, but I've got a suggestion for you on communication style. So that's complaint number one. Complaint number two.
Before you go on to complaint number 2, may I? Thank you.
100%.
Okay, so the letter to the father that Mark went to the meeting, it sounds like he handled it right. He handled it well, professional. So I don't see nothing wrong with that. So was the complaint to the state after that meeting with Mark, or was it before? Mark and the staff?
I don't know.
You don't know, so you don't know when,
I don't know that anybody gave me the date of that meeting.
okay, what date was it when he put the complaint in with the state?
Can I get my?
Yes, please.
The most nerve-wracking computer I've ever done. How fast I can find something with all you guys watching.
Does anyone have any other questions to fill the space? No, I'm just kidding. I don't like empty space.
Are you able to tell us if the state complaint is closed or not completely? Is there any type of, are you able to share if there was any type of, I don't know how to say this, like,
He said that the state rules in the district.
risk going forward? Can they still look anything? I mean, everybody could. I mean, he could come up with something completely different.
My understanding, and my only understanding of it comes from the actual letter that the dad shared with me, was that disposed of the complaint. That there was no risk going forward, there was, it's the end of it. We looked into what you said, we don't find that there was any violation.
For what they actually said. But does that, are you saying that, and can you share this, that he can never come back again with anything,
No,
right?
you mean, I mean,
I like something different. I mean, we want to do our due diligence. Right?
sure.
So, if something were to change, can the parents still keep on doing that with the state complaints or anything else? Can they alter and change?
I wouldn't know how to answer that. I mean, I assume that, you know, I could write a letter to MDE tomorrow and complain, you know, and then they say no good, and then I could write another letter the next week. I don't think we can stop them from writing letters. I didn't see anything involved in this that there was any violation of any law.
What they,
you know, and this is where you get into attorney-client.
Right,
I'm not here as your lawyer,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
no,
can't
no. The
pretend like I'm not a
liability,
lawyer. But I didn't see anything that was a cause for concern. But again, could someone claim? I'd be more concerned about the underlying. I'm not concerned about either. I should probably be clear about that. But the fact that you had a staff member that, you know, that touched the child, you know, is obviously more of a risk, putting on my old board member hat, right? Than whether Mr. Whelton was mean to a parent in a situation or something. My understanding was that was investigated, that there was an explanation given, and that seemed to be borne out. Again, I don't want to get into stuff that would be talking about a student. It appeared to me that was a logical conclusion of why this touching had occurred.
Right. So no more risk for that. No risk right now for that specific thing, no risk to the district.
Right. Well, and in the meeting, again, I mean, I think like when I was the prosecutor, I had meetings with people from the public every week. Tough meetings where people walk away, they're mad at me. They think, you know, I'm the worst guy ever. I'm either prosecuting their cousin, or I didn't authorize charges on a case or something. And it's tough meetings, it's tough conversations. And I know that's what it is for Dr. Hawkins. I'm sure can speak to that. That, you know, that's part of the job of being a school administrator. Let's see.
Did you interview the staff member?
I didn't. That letter of complaint was on September 25th. September 25th. And I did not, the dad brought the minutes of that meeting with him. They probably had the date of that on it, but I didn't ask for a copy of that. I didn't know that it would be germane. But is that helpful, Ms. Bieske?
It is.
So,
It
yeah,
is. I
so that
just
was the
needed-
date of the meeting.
Okay, so, but you don't know when, the meeting
I'm
with
sorry,
Mark-
that was the date of the complaint.
the complaint to the state, or to the Attorney General?
To the state, no, Department
Oh,
of.
to the state, okay.
And part of it, what? Predated the complaint. That's what I thought.
Okay, thank you. So predated. So came.
Okay. Any other questions about that issue before I move on? Okay. The second issue that I was asked to investigate was regarding a letter regarding board meetings where this person was present in October and November of 2025. The allegation, and again, I don't know, as lawyers, we want to choose our words kind of carefully. This person didn't call it a complaint. They didn't say, I'm complaining about this. I want to see this action as a result, right? You've got a board policy that talks about complaints, and typically that's what people are saying, right? It's like, hey, I got fired. I wanted to be reinstated to my job. This person was mean to me. I want them to say they're sorry to me, something. This person's letter was essentially, here's what I saw at board meetings. It upset me. Here's what I think should have been done differently, okay? Because I was given it, I treated it as a complaint, just like I would treat, any of the other complaints that I was given. But just that's the backdrop, and this person wasn't asking for any certain outcome or anything like that. Just wanted to, and I don't remember offhand if that was, I hate to pick on you, Ms. Morales, you've been picked on a lot tonight, but I don't remember if that was written to you directly or to the board. I just don't recall that, who this was addressed to, and I can find that if it becomes important. But anyway, the person was saying, I was at board meetings and I was troubled by what I saw. And basically, what they talked about, honestly, is a lot of what happened here tonight. People upset, people saying things at a board meeting, people engaging in what this letter writer termed as personal attacks, specifically against Ms. Morales, but also against Ms. Irby, Ms. Castillo, Ms. Breamsey. And the gist of it was that someone should have stepped in and put a stop to the personal attacks. Someone should have done that. And that you have policy. I mean, Ms. Morales talked about it tonight. You as board members, and going back to when I was a board member, it wouldn't be appropriate for someone to come in and start blasting a teacher. That teacher has rights. The teacher should be able to be in the room and respond to what this person's saying, and it shouldn't have to be in front of an audience like you have here, right? So I think if that happened during a meeting, and you saw a little bit of it with Mr. Hall, what your policy says is just put a stop to that. That has to stop. And if you want to have a meeting and you want to make complaints about Mr. Hall, then you make a complaint about Mr. Hall. There's a process to do that. Mr. Hall has a right to respond to that complaint. But when you come to the board table, you folks don't have a chance to respond to that. So again, this complaint isn't about what happened to Mr. Hall, but it's fresh in my mind. He can't respond. He can't win in that situation. He can't get into a back and forth with somebody from the public. And I get it, he's paid. I'm not saying people don't have their issues. He's paid, it's his job to be here, he's got to have thick skin, all that.
Let's be clear, I'm not getting paid.
Not getting paid for this interim, right? No, I know that, I know that. But I mean, people think that, like, okay, well, you work for me, I pay your salary. The problem is, in this setting, it's not fair to him, okay? I'm getting off the point here for a bit, but the issue that this writer was saying was, this wasn't fair to Ms. Morales, because Ms. Morales is the person running the meeting, and so if she tells that person, hey, wait a minute, stop, that's a personal attack, what does that look like? I don't want you saying anything about me. And that what the person was saying is, it should have been someone else to speak up and say something. So I asked him point blank, because I'm being hired to come in, as I understand it, and investigate Mr. Whelton. So are you saying, letter writer, that Mr. Whelton should have said something? He said, well, I think somebody on Mr. Whelton's side should have said something. I said, did Mr. Whelton encourage the crowd? Is he, pumping up the crowd? Is he clapping? Is he doing these things? He said, no. I think the quote was, I put it in here, maybe he looked a little smug. Okay? As an aside, and again, everybody's entitled to their opinions, right? And I get what one of your speakers said here tonight, right? There's a fine line between personal and professional. So when you say, Ms. Morales, you're the puppet master, you're these things, am I saying that to you professionally? Am I saying that to you personally, right? Some of the things that I saw in the videos that I watched, and fortunately I didn't hear it tonight, went beyond that. I mean, they were just flat out personal attacks. Had nothing to do with people's job as a board member. And I get what the letter writer was saying. It was sad, somebody should have said something. And the people that stood up and said, I love Mr. Whelton and he's great, and people who talked about test scores, and people who talked about wrestling programs, and you want to talk facts at a board meeting, board members should sit here all day long and listen to that. But when you start talking about people's personal lives, I think that's where this person had a little bit of trouble and said that somebody should say something. I asked Mr. Whelton about it, and what Mr. Whelton said, and his attorney actually said a lot of it, is that the environment that has been created here, as Mr. Whelton sees it, is this is your meeting, Board of Education. This is your meeting. This is not Mr. Whelton's meeting. This is not Mr. Hall's meeting. This is your meeting. So you got somebody out, again, not their words, okay? My example. You got somebody in the audience out of control, you deal with it. You wanted this to be your meeting. You want Mr. Whelton to only speak when spoken to, then you deal with it. Those are not the exact words that Mr. Whelton or his attorney used, but that's the environment, as he understands it, that he's put in. I think the quote was, speak when spoken to. Speak when spoken to. And so that creates a tough position. Then you've got obviously these other issues, which one of your speakers talked about, First Amendment, different things, right? These are judgment calls, what you have to do, Ms. Morales. And like I said, I don't envy. I sat in that chair 6 years and had more people than this at board meetings, and I got recalled and beat a recall. You got to make snap decisions and figure out, am I going to let that athlete speak or not? You got to make that decision. You don't have time to call timeout and go outside and talk to somebody else about it. In this situation, that's what Mr. Whelton had as well, in my opinion. Somebody's saying something that's over the line to you. Should Mr. Whelton speak up and say something? I don't know. But did he have an obligation to do so? Was it his job to do so? I don't think it was. I don't think it was. It's the board president's job to run the meeting, for better or for worse. So that was the issue that person brought up. I understand what he's saying. He said, couldn't we have a John McCain moment? That's what he said. Maybe, I don't know, all of us are old enough to remember that, right? John McCain said, hey, I don't agree with Barack Obama's policies, but he's a good man. We don't say that anymore in politics, right? Both sides hate each other, and that's what makes it tough here, right? That's what it seems like here. So it would be nice if somebody spoke up and said, let's not talk about that. But, and again, the own instructions that you read is, does Mr. Sawatsky feel comfortable saying that? Because we're not really supposed to respond to what the audience is saying, right, Mr. Lang? So I think you maybe to some extent put yourself in that situation, not you, Ms. Morales personally, but as a board, that you're gonna reap what you sow a little bit with what goes on with the public. But I don't find any wrongdoing on Mr. Whelton's part. I watched those videos. There's awkward moments. I saw when he had the cards of the people who were gonna speak at the meeting. That's awkward, right? But violation of his contract, violation of board policy, violation of administrative guidelines, state law, I don't find anything like that with that. Next thing, anybody have any questions or anything? You can just speak up if you have any. The next, we'll leave the name out, but maybe I'll have to give too much depth and you probably will figure it out anyway, but we'll try it. Next complaint that I had was involving a coach whose contract was not extended. That's the way I would look at it. He said fired. I think like most places, your coaches are year to year, and if they don't come back, it means they weren't rehired. He wrote a written complaint that was addressed. This one I did write down. So the Bridgeport Township School Board, which I thought, well, that's not even who you guys are. But anyway, he wrote the letter on November 1st complaining about the decision to terminate him. And he attributed that to not only to Mr. Rodriguez, but also to Mr. Whelton, and said that, Coach said in the letter that he had been led to believe that Mr. Whelton was a part of the process. So I met with your coach, your former coach. I met with Mr. Rodriguez, talked to him about it, and obviously I asked Mr. Whelton about it as well. Coaches are at-will employees, probably not even employees. Do you go through will sub for your folks, or? Yeah. So anyway, again, only lawyers and athletic directors care about that. But anyway, but your coaches are at will. So if we're going to look at it from a legal parameter, if you fired him because of his race, if you fired him because of his, his gender identity, protected classes, okay, you got an issue. That wasn't the allegation. The allegation was basically, I wasn't given enough time to make a successful program. Okay. When I asked the coach, tried to pin down specifically what makes you think that Mr. Whelton was involved in this, it really came down to a statement that he said Mr. Rodriguez made, which was something to the effect of, I talked to Mr. Whelton about this, and we agree that we're not making the right amount of progress. Not exactly the same as saying it's Mr. Whelton's decision. This is pretty high profile position in your district. I would certainly expect that before an athletic director decides that they're going to make a switch with a high profile athletics program, that they're going to talk to the superintendent about it, say this is the decision that I've come to and I want to give you a heads up on it. When I talked to Mr. Whelton and Mr. Rodriguez, they both told me that's exactly what happened. They walked me through the history of this program, some issues in particular that had come up during this school year, which I can get into if you want, but essentially I was completely comfortable that not only was the coach an at-will employee, nothing wrong with making the decision to switch coaches, but Mr. Rodriguez clearly articulated valid reasons for making a switch. And there was not even an allegation that it was anything that would have to do with a protected class. It was just, I wish you would have given me a couple more years to see what I could do. Okay. So again, with that one, I'm not investigating Mr. Rodriguez, but don't think Mr. Rodriguez did anything wrong, and certainly don't think that Mr. Whelton did anything wrong in that situation. It seemed completely appropriate, the procedure that they took. Next was a situation, this is a letter that was written, excuse me, it's addressed to whom it may concern, but it's my understanding that it was given to Ms. Morales on November 13th. And in this one, it is a relative of one of your students who was physically assaulted off campus by one of your students and their parent. As I understand it from talking to the people involved, there was an incident that occurred on campus, but it didn't involve this relative. But the student and their parent left here and then sounds like almost went to find this family member of the other student and assaulted them. And it sounds like if my prosecutor had, all assaults are serious, right? But this sounded like a pretty serious assault that occurred. Criminal charges were filed, and the issue that the person that wrote the letter was concerned about was that the student involved, I'm going to call them the assailant, the assailant, I guess is the best way to say it, that student was allowed to walk at graduation, and that this relative of another student came to watch their student graduate, and they were put in fear because of the decision to allow that student to walk, okay? Does that make sense? Am I explaining it okay? Using my shorthand, and I'm not sure. But, and so what they wrote, and just the best way for me to do some of this is just to read it. What it said in the written complaint is, in speaking with Mr. Whelton, he promised us protection for me and my family for graduation, as the assailant and their family were not to attend. I had a protection order. As graduation grew close, Mr. Whelton made a single decision on his own to overturn the earlier decision and allow that student to walk for graduation, okay? So that was essentially the complaint. A few issues with that. And I shouldn't say it like that. This person, I believe, is 100% sincere in their concern, their complaint. So I don't mean, no, I'm going to rip it apart for you. No. But first of all, the person that wrote the letter said, in speaking with Mr. Whelton, and then it came to light that they had never spoken to Mr. Whelton. It was another relative of the student who had spoken to Mr. Whelton, okay? And that may or may not be important to you all. I think this lady is concerned, was concerned. However, I get concerned about, I'm in court, I get concerned about hearsay. When I'm talking to my kids and they're saying, oh, so-and-so said this and so-and-so, I worry about the telephone game, right? So the person who actually talked to Mr. Whelton in the conversation was not the complainant. So that, I found that out as I investigated. Again, I don't think that minimizes, and I don't mean to minimize at all, the upset that this person had, that she's going to a graduation and this person who assaulted her is going to be there. The issue that, balancing that, and that's a lot of what board's job is, that's a lot of what administrator's job is, Mr. Whelton's job is to balance this lady who's concerned about her safety and something might happen to her versus I've got a student who made a mistake, pretty serious mistake, but they made that mistake off campus. They made that mistake. I can't expel that student for what they did in a business in town. And I put hoops in place. This person has to jump through these hoops. They gotta meet these the criteria in order to walk at graduation, and give that student a chance, and think about, like we all deal with, and the reason that you're on the school board, right? Deal with kids whose brains are not fully developed, and say, you know what, maybe the right thing to do is let that student walk. Or maybe that's gonna make an impact in that student's life. My understanding is the student went on to college. It's a tough decision. It's a tough decision, is what I would say about it. I talked to Mr. Whelton, said a few things about it. The other thing that in the letter that the person said was that Mr. Whelton made a single decision on his own, that wasn't accurate, and that it would be, I will throw Mr. Hall under the bus again, but it would be a building level decision that would be involved in deciding whether or not a person's going to participate in graduation. It was not, according to Mr. Whelton, it's not Mr. Whelton's decision who walks, who doesn't walk, all by himself. When I asked the complainant about it and said, why are you, I didn't say it quite that mean, but why are you saying that he made the single decision? What she pointed to was that the board wasn't involved in it. The board wasn't involved in it. And I said, oh, okay, well, but do you know whether or not the high school staff was involved? Do you know if high school administration was involved? Do you know? No, I don't know that. I'm just saying that I heard that the board wasn't involved in it and the board didn't even know that it happened. Okay. So the other thing that was really important to me, and this 100% is because of my old job, is the idea of a protection order. She had put in the letter that I had a protection order. And so, you know, prosecutors, we live for protection orders, right? I don't want you near you, and I don't want you going to this house, and I don't want this happening. So I asked the complainant, could you please give me a copy of that order? I'd like to see what that is. That's pretty standard, right? And you can get orders of protection a couple different ways. You can get a personal protection order, go and ask a judge, and or what I suspected, because of the language that she used, is what happened here, was a protection order that's contained within a release order in a criminal case. So what happens is, like the student is being prosecuted. The student wants to get out on bond. We all want everybody out on bond. We don't want people sitting in jail anymore. I'm being silly. So they say, we will let you go. We're going to let you out. But part of it is you can't be around that person. You can't be around that person, okay? And the family gave me that order, all right? And I talked to Mr. Whelton and I talked to the family. They had not given Mr. Whelton that order. They had not given the school that order. And it's pretty important to know that that order doesn't say, Bridgeport High School, you cannot let this student come in, okay? The onus in that situation is on the student, right? It'd be like, it's public accommodation, but if Ms. Morales has an order that I can't be around her, and you know, I see her, she's eating an Applebee's, and I'm gonna go on Applebee's, it's not Applebee's concern to say, whoa, we heard that there's an order of protection, Mr. Telgenhoff, you can't come into Applebee's and eat today. That's not the way that it works, right? It's on me, it's on Ms. Morales if she wants to call the police and say, hey, he can't be here. So it's not the school's responsibility to enforce that. And I understand this complainant, I do. She's not a lawyer, she doesn't understand the nuances of it. But she did talk to someone through the prosecutor's office, was my understanding, probably someone in the victim advocate. And they told her that as long as the student stays away from her and does not approach her, that's okay, that they can both be at graduation. Mr. Whelton indicated to me that everyone was aware of the situation, knew that, again, not aware of the order because that wasn't mentioned until the letter, but aware of the situation that we've got this student that was assaultive, and we've got, the family of the other student who's here, and we're gonna keep an eye on things. And he told me we put procedures in place. I didn't ask him to list every procedure that was put into place, but it was a tough situation. And I think it would have been, and Mr. Whelton indicated, it would have been different if that assault on this family member would have occurred on campus, and this is something that we're able to punish the student for internally for that. But what we're really dealing with is who should be at graduation and what's graduation about. And again, from the family member standpoint, I get it, and that was probably a scary day, and good on her that she went and supported her family member and took that anxiety and did that. But she was at the graduation, and she said, and she never looked at me once. I still felt threatened and everything, and I get that. If you're a victim of assault, you don't want to be around that other person. But to put that on Mr. Whelton, and especially that, this was Mr. Whelton's decision and his single decision, his sole decision, I don't find that matches up with your policies, with the law, with respect to that. Again, it's not the board's place to decide who walks at graduation or who doesn't walk at graduation. You hire a superintendent and they run the district, and you make sure that they run the district properly, is my understanding of the law. Do we have any questions about that? I'm almost done. Ms. Lucy, I'm not going to keep you here all night, I promise.
Can I ask, did the complainant ask you or tell you why their concern was that the board needed to be involved? I mean, did you ask them why, or did they mention why they felt, there was nothing to do with an expulsion, correct?
Right. No.
Nobody was expelled, but okay. So she didn't.
She just said that I don't know if you remember, she had told me who. She basically said she had reached out to a board member, is the way I understood it, and told them about it. And the board member said, I don't know anything about it. This is the first time hearing about it. And so that concerned her, that the board doesn't know about this. He's making the decision himself. And to me, it's a misunderstanding of board governance, and sometimes it's hard as a board member, right? People don't like to hear like, hey, did you follow the chain of command? It's the most unpopular thing a board member can ever say, right? But I think that was it. I think it was that she had talked to a board member, and that they were told, oh, the board didn't know anything about it. And so she took it as, well, the board should have been involved. Okay.
I just want to make it clear, though, Mark did notify us. He texted us and emailed us, so we were aware of it.
Okay. Okay.
So you found that he did not have any fault in that one as well, correct?
What's that? I'm sorry.
No fault found?
No fault found, no.
Okay, thank you.
And nothing falls to the board.
Pardon me?
Nothing would ever fall to the board just because we weren't involved.
No. I don't think anybody did anything wrong. I think it was like all these. It's a tough call that somebody's got to make, right? Somebody made the call that the student gets to walk. That to me was kind of the same as the issue with the meeting where the parent was upset. It's kind of like, who are you gonna, if I gotta take a chance, who am I gonna side with? And when I was a board member, we always wanted to just side with students, right? If I got a staff member and I got a student and I can't figure out who's right, who's wrong here, you know what, we're here for students. And not we're gonna take the word of a student over any staff members, but you know what I mean? And here, that's the way I took that. What Mr. Whelton explained to me was, we've got a student who is doing well in classes. We got a student who's gonna go on to college. Doggone it. They put in the work. Let's let them walk at graduation. We'll put procedures in place so that people are safe, but let's let her walk. And I didn't find any fault, but I didn't even find it was his decision, but he certainly was involved in putting the procedures in place.
I've got a question for you, though.
Yeah.
Isn't the key element that it was off campus?
What's that?
The key element, this was an event that occurred off campus, correct?
That's what Mr. Whelton explained. I mean, you could have expelled the student and then made the student ineligible for graduation. I think.
How is the school district responsible for student activities off campus? They aren't, right?
Right.
So that's the gist of the whole.
But I think there was some discipline with that student, separate. I agree with you. I agree with you.
I'm not saying that the administration shouldn't necessarily take some precautionary measures if they know about a situation, but they have, we're talking about students, 1,426 of them. Superintendent is not responsible for their behavior when they're not on campus, correct?
Agreed.
And our administration isn't responsible for their behavior off campus, correct?
No, I agree.
Okay.
What if they had murdered the student, though? Would you let them?
Well, you had said that charges were filed for the assault.
Right.
So the legal system had this situation under
Right.
control, right?
Right.
So we really didn't have any reason to have any purview about what was going on at all.
Okay.
So then can I ask what the difference is? So we have been with Mr. Haw. Mr. Haw, what is the difference when we are accepting responsibility for students off campus?
This particular situation, the student was picked up by a parent. And so the parent
They've been
was,
released.
yeah. And so, and when there's a situation, and you can share your thoughts in this, when a student goes, leaves school and goes across the street, which is off campus, but never reports back to home, all right, and does something, what we typically will do is we will hold that student to the student code of conduct still.
Okay. Yeah, so you got a little more gray area there, right? The person is not with permission off campus.
Exactly.
You still got that in
locos parentis.
We're still responsible for them. No.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, in this situation,
So the law will protect the law and the locos parentos, correct? Yep. That's how we operate right there.
Oh, that makes sense. Mr. Lang, I didn't mean to be funny about that, but I just mean, I think that the school does have some, not in this situation, I think there are situations where if you know that a person is dangerous, even if it's off campus, if there's something that's discretionary, we may want.
I'm only speaking about the merits of this
Yeah,
situation.
yep, absolutely.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this wasn't student against student, this was student against relative, right?
Right. On campus, it was student against
Yes,
student.
but
the
prosecution and everything, that was with the student against relative.
It was student and parent.
And parent against relative.
Yeah.
Not student and parent against student.
Nope.
So the two students that were graduating, it wasn't an issue. It was.
Once they got off campus, it was.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Next, this will sound like you guys stole all my thunder earlier with that discussion earlier on the agenda. But one of the things that I was also asked to investigate was whether Mr. Whelton had informed the district of, I want to be accurate, of the possibility of what was described to me as a state takeover, which is on November 20th. Mr. Hall talked about that. On November 20th, the district, through Mr. Whelton, received a letter from the Michigan Department of Education notifying you that you were going to be, the high school is going to be a CSI school district, or school building, correct? Yeah. And so I had to do some research on, not as deep as what you guys were getting into earlier, but CSI, TSI, state takeover. all that, right? You got all the way of state coming in and getting you a new superintendent and getting you your own board members and all that. That's what I would consider to be a state takeover. You've got CSI, which is what high school's gonna be going with now, and then so you're a partnership, right? But you don't, usually partnership, like, hey, you wanna be my partner? Like, oh yeah, but here the state tells you you're gonna be my partner, and Bridgeport nods their head and said, okay. And then TSI, which is, as I read it, and you guys were talking about it, and I'm happy to turn it over to you or Dr. Garcia or whoever's gonna come in, but a lower level of oversight. Is that a fair way to put it? The TSI? And so in looking at that, one of the issues that I had, and this is where I got some help from Mr. Lang, because I was reaching out to people and it was over Christmas break, and I thought, well, you probably have an IT person that can help grab emails and things like that, but everybody's on break, and I really wanted to get this done for you guys before the end of the year. And so I talked to Mr. Whelton about it, and I asked him, I said, hey, there's an accusation that you did not inform the board about this possibility. And obviously, the letter that said you're gonna do this had just come out the day before you guys hired me to do the investigation. So obviously there wasn't much time for Mr. Whelton to talk to you all about the letter that he got. And I understand, I think actually the day that I was here for the investigation, I think Mr. Hall talked to you all about it at a board meeting perhaps. But what I want to do is look back in time and say, did you guys have any notice that this might be coming down the pike? And so what Mr. Whelton referred me to specifically, and he said that there may have been other times that during the school year that it had been addressed, but he didn't have access to his emails, but he was fairly confident that on January 31st of last year, that he had sent a letter to I think it was weekly report, is that what? It was a weekly report to the board that he had informed you all of the TSI status, and then outlined this is what TSI status is, this is what, and I think you were saying, Ms. Morales, that right in that's probably where the September deadline came up and so on. So that the idea was, look, he didn't have a crystal ball and know prior to that November 2025 letter that he was gonna get that letter, at least was my understanding. But we knew that we're on probation, that's my word, not the real word, but we're on this lower level of oversight, and thus we've got to jump through these hoops, or the fear is that we're going to get on the greater oversight. So I did get that from Mr. Lang, and did see that went to all of the board. It was, in my mind, pretty extensive explanation of the process. Was a few pages long, talked about it. And although it didn't speak to your current situation, specifically the CSI, it made sense that it wouldn't. It would talk about TSI because that's what you were on during that year of 2025. So again, it's a communication issue, perhaps, if the board wanted more information or different information from Mr. Whelton. That may be an issue. I didn't see a violation of his contract, any violation of your policies, your procedures, anything of that nature with respect to that. And I think the quote was, was that this information was hidden and kept from the board. And I didn't find any support for that he had hidden and kept information from the board. It seemed that at least the information that he had, he gave to you. And I haven't gone through, and his attorney was nice enough to tell me that, if there's other findings that we're gonna make based upon a lack of emails, basically from Mr. Whelton, then we need to have Mr. Whelton or someone have the opportunity to go through all the emails. For purposes of this finding, I don't find that's necessary. You guys, as I read it, were informed of what was going on in January of 2025, what needed to happen. You've asked questions now about what happened in September. I don't know. But you had the information, and frankly, I don't want to hold you guys responsible, but you could have asked those questions in September. Could have asked start of September and said, did we submit that? I don't want to get applauded. And I don't know if it was discussed at other times during the year. I did not ask Mr. Whelton to provide me with all of his communications to the board. He offered to do that if he could get access. But I didn't find any evidence that he had hidden and kept anything from the board, that he didn't keep the board informed with respect to the TSI-CSI issue. If there's something else that, again, at some point I'm trying to prove a negative, right? That he didn't give you this information. Well, if you have information that he had more information than what he gave you, that's something else. But a state takeover and hiding and keeping information from the board, I didn't find any evidence of that. You have any questions about that?
No, just that what I'm hearing is that communication goes both ways, always, right?
Well, so you guys haven't seen my report. I'm not going to hand it out tonight because I'm not an open meeting. Well, I guess I should be. I prosecuted Open Meetings Act case.
Yeah,
I'm not here to give you advice on Open Meetings Act.
No, that's okay.
But
You did give that report
what I will tell
to
you
Amy,
is,
right?
pardon me?
You gave the report to Amy?
I did.
Okay, so as a president, she should have gave that report to all of us.
I'm going to leave that to you guys. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, I've worked for, companies before where I can't give the information to 7 board of directors. I need, you tell me who your spokesperson is, and that's who I deal with. And so, and I went, and I'm not proud of it, I went beyond that. I mean, Mr. Lang was asking me about different things and different dates and so on, and I don't want to overstep. I represent the whole board, but the board, you guys all learned this in MASB, right? You got your power right now, right? When you go home and call me on the phone and say, Alan, tell me about this, I'm not sure I'm going to do that, okay? Does that make sense?
No, I
just
got
can't.
you, honey.
But yeah, so that's the short answer. And that's what happens in every district. So, don't get me wrong. It wasn't that, Ms. Morales said to me, Alan, I only want you to give me that report. I'm going to another district and doing hopefully a shorter and more private one of these tomorrow. I gave that to the board president. And I think I said this, maybe I didn't say this to y'all, but I can't take questions from the audience. But some districts, I went to a district not long ago where the board president didn't give it to anybody. They told me to bring 7 copies when I came to present. I brought 7 copies tonight just in case you said that to me. We went into closed session. I passed it out, and when it was all done, they brought a shredder into the room and they shredded it.
Is that the only way that you could hand that out, or do we actually vote on that in order for you to hand that out in public?
Do it however.
Okay. So we don't have to be in closed session for you to share that. We could vote on you sharing that.
100%.
Okay.
100%. And I'm not
We could
your
take a
school
vote,
attorney. They can give you the pros and the cons. Mr. Delaporte can give, I think he probably wants you to get it. But they can give you the pros
But are
and cons of
names
that.
going to be on that where it would be confidential? Is that the?
I took there's nothing that would refer to any students, any identifying information. The only name that's in here that I didn't mention tonight is your coach. I didn't mention, you probably all can figure out who that is. But I didn't mention that person's name. That person's name is mentioned in here. But with respect to the parents that I talked about, I used fake initials and
The other complainant.
because some boards do vote some boards move to put it out in the public. Look, we paid this money, we paid for this investigation, let's let the people know what's going on here. And a lot don't. So that's all up to you. But
a board vote would be able to take care of that.
Yep. Well, beyond that, I mean, you can, they vote, you can make copies of it, but I got copies here if no one snuck into my backpack. I got my eye on these people right there, but no. But what I was going to say about the report, I just want to because we're having so much fun, and I know nobody wants to go home. I just want to, so Mr. Lang, I know, is a brass tacks guy. So bottom line is, with all these complaints, I found no wrongdoing on Mr. Whelton's part. But Ann, my wife is working with me to not say but anymore. And it's obvious that there are just, as an outsider, right? And so part of it, I come in and do these investigations. I'm probably not as good as Mr. Delaporte. I heard he was the man for many years. But one thing that I want to do is try to help the district moving forward, right? And so one of the things, if y'all get this report that I talked about in here, is the communication. That if you look at a lot of these issues that we're talking about here tonight, it really comes down to, on some level or another, communication. And I can just, I'm not making it about me, but since you're paying me to be here, I just want to tell you, when I was the board president, people booed, I think. People booed. I have to get paid. I got family to feed. I can just tell you, when I was board president for 6 years, I went to lunch with my superintendent every Monday. We went to lunch every single Monday. And I'll tell you, I had a bowl of chili and he had a bowl of chicken noodle soup every single Monday. He never paid for me. I never paid for him. Because he would tell me things that were going on with the district. And he would tell me, maybe, if we got a complaint that was filed against us with the state of Michigan. And there was never a time when I got caught that, oh geez, something happened and he didn't let me know that it was happening. I had a good relationship with the rest of my board, right? Because if you have that kind of relationship with your superintendent, you can have other board members that say, well, wait a minute, how come you're so powerful? You're more powerful than me. How was it? But we can't go. You had a lot of people talk about Open Meetings Act. And I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the Open Meetings Act is or isn't. But anyway, one thing that can at least raise eyebrows is if all 7 board members go to lunch every week with the superintendent, okay? And so as a practical matter, I met with that guy, and he's one of my best friends for the rest of my life, right? And I held him accountable, and we got red-faced and argued and so on. But I'm not saying that works for everybody. But some of the stuff that I think you have going on here is just because there's a dysfunctional communication going on. And I don't blame you for that, Ms. Morales, and I don't blame, oh my gosh, Mr. Whelton, a long night. I don't blame him for that. It's like somebody said about the district, if something goes wrong, everybody's got their little piece of it. But something's got to fix it. And they can recall you and put a new, okay. The next person's got to have a good communication system. And I just feel like what you guys have relied on, this is in my report, because I'm trying to help. I'm just honest to God, I'm just trying to help you here. That's all. If you take all this money from you, the least I can do is try to help you a little bit. You have put formal communication way, way above informal communication. And I think that that's good at times, and at times it's not good. And there's a time for formal and there's a time for informal. And so even, you're gonna get really mad at me, Ms. Morales, but I'm sorry. But I'm gonna use that example tonight. Even these questions with Mr. Hall that you guys were going back and forth with, when I was running for school board, I sat out in the audience, right? You guys, when you were running, sit out in the audience and watch, oh, this is what it's like. And we had one school board member that was always asking questions at the meetings. And I thought, oh my God, that board member is the greatest board member of all time. How come everyone else is so quiet? That person's asking the questions. And then once I became a board member, I said, oh wait, the other 6 board members were asking that question before the meeting, right? That's the time when you can really get an answer from someone. When you ask Mr. Hall in his office and say, hey, Mr. Hall, what's going on here? He can shoot you straight and tell you, hey, this is what's going on. He can pull up on his computer and show you stuff. And if the only time that you folks are communicating is at these board meetings, I just feel like you're setting yourself up for trouble. And that's beyond my investigation. But I just see that with so many of these examples that we have here, right? You know, if when you're at lunch with Mr. Whelton, he tells you about the situation with the varsity football coach and says, we got this issue going on, you know it, right? And so if a letter comes in or, you know, you're like, oh, I already know all about that. You're not gonna hire a lawyer to come in and investigate that as a complaint. This TSI, CSI, if you're going to lunch with, and it doesn't have to be lunch, but that's what we did. That's what worked for us. Everybody's got to have this style, but somebody's got to communicate outside. And I know Mr. Whelton, maybe one of the fears is Mr. Whelton talks a lot. I've heard that from people in the audience, and I picked up on that one when I went to interview him. But just the communication has just got to get better. I feel like you guys are just going to be in the same position again, and I don't want that for you. One thing that really comes through is I listen to the people in your audience, and you got people that are passionate about Bridgeport schools, and I talk to every one of you folks, and it breaks my heart, honestly, when I hear, I'm gonna get emotional. When I hear people talk about you three ladies as monkeys in a circus, that infuriates me. That infuriates me. That's so disrespectful. And I met the three of you for an hour, and you care just as much about this district as the people out here. It's just a different way. And I just wish that you guys could talk to each other. I just wish that you could get this fixed. I said you need a mediator. I'm not your guy, but you need somebody to come in here and fix this, because you got so much good going on here, and you got so much community support if you get this back on the right track. So, you have any questions for me? I'll get off my soapbox now.
So hold on. So overall, though, we have avoided, or at least we've avoided any risk to the district. Okay. All right.
I don't find anything in the stuff that I investigated. Absolutely no risk to the district.
Do you feel this was necessary?
Pardon me?
Do you feel this was necessary?
No. I don't know how to answer that question.
Have we?
Right, yeah, because
Well, I honestly don't. I don't know. I don't mean to be funny. I mean, any district. Put it this way. I'm going to a district tomorrow where somebody's in trouble. There's some findings that not going to go good for somebody, right? I don't know that you know until you get there. I mean, if you want to know.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying we handled the situation properly with multiple complaints that we weren't even aware of.
But do you really want me to, can I ask you a question? Yeah. You really want to know? Did you guys all know what the complaints were?
No.
See, to me, that's where the problem was. When I watched the meeting when you guys hired me, right? Because I'm like, oh man, what am I getting myself into? And but Tammy said nice things about me, so I appreciated that. But
You're welcome.
But
so back to your communication, I think is what you're trying to get. You're saying if we
well,
would
as a board member,
discuss that amongst ourselves.
to be honest, in this, I hate saying this in front of 150 of my closest friends, but I'll pick on Mr. Sawatsky. I don't know how he knows whether he should be spending district money on hiring an investigator or not if he doesn't know what we're investigating. And he doesn't know, and he doesn't know. I always know I'm in trouble when people clap. I don't want anybody to clap. And then he doesn't know, I mean, honestly, and I thought your attorney explained a little bit about who I am and what I do, but you didn't know who you were hiring. And so you don't know what you're investigating, you don't know what you're hiring, you don't know what's gonna cost you. I think that's tough. And I think, in fairness to you, Amy, and people don't want me to be fair to you in this crowd, but I think you're going by what you thought you were supposed to do and keep things close to the vest and so on. And I think there's a lot to be said for that you can't let accusations get out into the public, right? I mean, you don't want that. I don't want people saying things about Mr. Hall like they said tonight. I don't want that. But for these 7 people, they gotta know. That's what I feel like. And that it probably, I don't know, there's no rule on it, and MASB, I don't know what their rules are. I just know I was a board president for a long time, and my relationship with my 6 board members and my superintendent were just huge to me. And that's why he wanted to go to lunch with me, because you know what? I knew if you were gonna bring this up, I can tell you, Tammy's gonna vote no, Lucy's gonna vote yes, Carmen's gonna vote yes. I knew where the board was gonna stand on these things. So the superintendent wanted to meet with me, because man, I got all the goods. I got all the goods on these people, because they're in my ear and he's in my ear. And here, I think that's it. So I think you balance, like you got these complaints, you don't want the complaints in the community, but how can Carmen vote fairly on, do we really need to investigate these or don't we? You know what I mean? So
The board needs to work on trust.
Well, I just felt as though our lawyer.
With
who
each other.
represents us
Right.
Yeah.
Came in and.
I'm sorry.
I said, our lawyer was directing my other board members. I would like not to be at risk of anything.
right.
So we gotta.
Well, and I saw the meeting, and lawyers can scare people. I shouldn't say this because I am one. I've been one for a long time. With like, liability. You got these complaints, you just bury your head in the sand. What's the liability, right? I mean, I get that. But then if you knew that like one of these was about a coach that got fired and is mad that he didn't get another year, probably wouldn't pay me to investigate that, right? I mean, maybe you would. I mean, districts pay for different things, but that's what makes it hard for me to answer that. But I think, honestly, you got this much issue, people in the community want to know what's going on, maybe it is best. If this is, if these are the complaints against Mr. Whelton, then you better have somebody investigate them all and see what's to it, if you're gonna not have them be here next year or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I hope it was helpful. I guess that's the best way I can say it. I hope it was helpful.
It was. So now that we have the findings from Mr. Telgenhoff, thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Just a reminder that, so we do have to have follow-up outcome letters to the complainant. So there's no additional steps.
And to Mr. Whelton.
And Mr. Whelton, there's no additional steps that the board has. So we do have to finalize still. We have to finalize this process with and when do you send those outcome, or does our district?
I usually don't, but
So our district
usually
attorney
it's
does.
through the superintendent, and I'm not usually dealing with an interim and all that.
Right.
But
Our district legal counsel will send the
I think that's
outcome
who I would
letters.
have do it, is either you could do it internally with the help of your counsel or counsel.
Okay, so once the outcome letters come out, it's finalized. We're good. Nothing else we have to do, no other process we have to do. So, okay.
Trying to think, I think none of the complainants were staff. I was gonna say staff would have rights if there was a complaint and you made no finding, but you don't have that. None of these were staff members. The coach is not considered a staff member, I don't think, under that policy. So that should finalize it with respect to what you asked me to do.
Yep, thank you, we appreciate
Okay.
that.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
For 39, been here 4 hours. If there's no objection to a bathroom break from the board members, who's good with the bathroom break? Yeah, everybody needs to go. All right. Okay. So, no objection, so we'll just take a quick 5-minute recess bathroom. So it's 9:45, adjourn. All right, so everybody can run. Oh, that's true, we didn't even vote on it, yeah. And then you said it has, and we shred it after. Can I hand these? And it goes public. The vote. If we respect, okay. All righty, thank you.
Oh, let's see who's fine paying for this. Yeah, usually. What was that? Well, it's already gonna be on.
What's that? I don't. I'll email you. Okay. Okay, I appreciate it. I didn't know you didn't have it. I'm trying to use it's completely different from me and for you too, actually. So, well, I'm good with you. That's why we push it out again.
Okay, we have one board member missing. We'll just wait for 1 minute for the board member. Let me.
Gave you two, I believe. That's what it was. Oh, I took out three? Okay.
Okay, moving on now. Section, or item number.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Amy.
Yeah.
If I may, I want to put a motion in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yes, so.
I just wanted to
I'm
catch
sorry,
it before
yeah,
you finish.
go right ahead.
Okay, I want to put a motion in to reinstate Mark tonight.
Tammy put the motion in, and Aaron supported that, second that. Okay. Yeah. So we can have board discussion on motion made at this time. So now that we do have findings from Telgenhoff, again, I'm just going to say that there's a reminder that we are not complete because this additional steps for the board members, keep in mind that this isn't finalized. So the good news is the fact that liability was taken off. Therefore, I don't see any action to be made until we're actually finalized. The outcome letters, even from Mr. Whelton.
We had the
Given to
investigation.
him, has to be given to Mr. Whelton as well.
Correct, but we already have the report. He already told us There was no violations, and the community, our kids, our teachers, us, we are in no danger. There was no violation.
Yes, no technical violation. We are not
No
liable for
violations.
any. Correct.
All right.
Yep.
So there's no reason to vote and to reinstate him.
Yeah,
If we reinstate him right now and these parents don't know and they feel that they need it to be heard, don't you think we have to take that into account?
What parents? I mean, who? People are going to be watching. And so far, from what I've heard from a lot of parents, and even on your recalls,
I'm talking about the ones that inserted the allegations to be.
I'm sorry, say, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you say that again? You're talking about what? Carmen, I was asking you. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. You're facing that
We
one.
haven't notified any of the people who submitted
The complainant?
we can still, you can still do that and reinstate Mark tonight.
And you don't think that would be a slap in the face to act before we even?
No, it's not a slap in the face because the investigation was completed. There was
ladies
no
and gentlemen,
violation.
can I ask you a question?
We would not be breaking any policies or laws.
Ladies and gentlemen, effectively, this has been a not guilty verdict. They do not put people back in jail once they've been deemed not guilty. So rather than continue to stall, can we just get on with it, please?
Can't hear.
I think the letters are just a formality that are gonna get sent out, and it's just a not guilty verdict, so I think we're okay to reinstate them.
The situation has been prolonged long enough.
Yes, stop stalling.
So, not comfortable till it's finalized, board members. So just, board members are just gonna bring that up for you. Everyone has their own opinion, each board member, and we're gonna respect each of our opinions. Any other discussion? So no other discussion from a board member? Hearing none from the board members? Correct? Okay, so the motion on the table is to reinstate, you have a timeline? Immediately? Tonight, first thing tomorrow, what you didn't?
Immediately.
Need clarity
was the-
from the board, from the person making the motion.
That's what she said.
Wanted him reinstated tonight.
Okay.
I did say
So the motion on the table is for reinstatement effective immediately tonight. Go ahead.
Ms. Morales,
No.
Mrs. Breemsey,
Yes.
Ms. Castillo,
No.
Ms. Irby,
No.
Mr. Lang,
Yes.
Ms. Bieshki,
yes.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Yes.
Robin?
We have four votes yes, 3 votes opposed.
So motion has passed by the board to reinstate Mr. Whelton, Superintendent Whelton, effective tonight. So item number 8, alleged board policy violations. Ms. Bremsey, I'll let you go first.
Well, I passed out the legal opinion from Attorney Dan Martin from Truan. There were 2 opinions, but both regarding the same matter. And
Bertoya, I'm sorry. I have two here, one's thicker than the other, so I'm not sure.
Yes, there was one sent.
Okay.
There was a follow-up email that we all got. and
Okay, gotcha.
Also,
So you gave us copy of both of them?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
and so if you all would just look over this, and we can decide if we're going to have him do the investigation. He did send other names, but, he has no ties with anyone, so
I'm sorry, what was his name?
Attorney Dan Martin.
Okay.
So yes, at the end of this, we'll decide, I'll make the motion for a vote, and then we can decide yes, yea or nay, if we're going to have him as, to be the lead investigator.
Okay.
So, okay, go ahead and make your motion.
What'd you say, Bob?
Are you saying that you want to appoint Daniel Martin as the investigator?
That's what, my motion will be for.
Okay. We have an attorney that has worked with us on previous HR-related stuff. His name is Joseph Urban. I would think it would be to our benefit, since he is knowledgeable about both our policy and our procedures from a personnel standpoint, that he would be a better selection.
Bob, I'm sorry, what was Joseph's last name?
Urban,
Irvin?
yes.
And who came up with this attorney, Dan Martin, to investigate? Who gave us his name?
He's from Truant Law.
From Term, okay.
Does a motion need to be made first to, start an investigation?
Well, I don't think it should be an attorney that is right with Attorney Thorne's law firm, because that would still be a conflict of interest.
That's what I
It
believe
would have
too.
to be an attorney that has no involvement even with our attorney's office. So,
I do have some names that were
Okay.
given, some third parties. Just trying to find that.
and this Joseph but
Urban,
he said he's done work for us in the past.
yes, and he's also on our approved list of attorneys.
He's what?
One of our approved attorneys.
Can I give the three, well, let me find it.
And who's the other attorneys that you have, Montoya? And who were they recommended from?
They're recommended from Dan.
Okay,
From whom?
attorneys.
From the stand, Mark.
Okay.
He gave her three names.
I should have took a screenshot.
So while you look for the list of third-party attorneys who have no contact, I'm assuming, with or have never had anything to do with the school district.
Or our attorney.
or our attorneys,
Can
correct?
have no conflict of interest.
No conflict of interest, no one who's been past or present. You first want to make your motion to see if this is even moving forward.
With what,
In general, if the board is going to vote to move forward after they're done reading, after everyone is done reading.
For a vote to, yes, secure legal counsel to do the investigation. Mr. Martin.
No.
One of the three.
No, first you have to make the motion if you're moving forward with an investigation. Then the second motion is who, just like what we did before.
Okay, let's do that. I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the investigation once everyone has the chance to review.
Okay, and the investigation is against who's being investigated?
So you have the paperwork, yeah.
Okay.
Montoya has made a motion on the table with the paperwork everyone has read.
So move.
Support.
So to move forward on in hiring an investigator for the alleged complaint you have in front of you. Roll call to move forward on this.
Ms. Morales?
Yes.
Mrs. Breemsy?
Yes.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Irby?
Yes.
Mr. Lang?
Yes.
Ms. Bieshki?
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky?
Yes.
We have 7 votes yes, 0 opposed.
Now your motion.
Has everyone reviewed everything, the paperwork?
Yes.
Have, put in a motion to have Mr. Martin, Attorney Martin, lead the investigation.
But he's a conflict of interest. He's with our attorney's office. We have to have somebody that's not, that would not be a
So
conflict.
that's her motion. Her motion is to have, I'm sorry, what's his last name, Martin, as the investigator attorney.
Correct, but he cannot be.
Is there a second to Montoya's motion?
Support.
Hearing no. Herman, you second, you support? You support it, okay. So Montoya's motion is to hire Attorney Dan Martin to head the investigation, and Carmen supported it. Any discussion?
I'd rather see a third party
It's a conflict of
attorney
interest.
take care of it.
Agreed.
Agreed that it would be a third party that had nothing to do with the
Yeah, it
district,
has-
past or present.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know, you said he's with Truan's, so,
Our attorney's office, so that is a conflict. We don't want to have any conflict. We want to avoid that. That's why it's best to have somebody that,
and you knew, like Telgenhoff, you knew he had nothing to do with us, past or present.
Where's this
There has to
Dan
be
Martin?
somebody on that list that,
But is he, he's not one of our actual lawyers.
No.
What did you ask, Carmen? I'm sorry.
Where is he from? Is he one of our actual lawyers?
It's from True and Law.
is from Truman Law, which is our attorney's office.
So why do you feel that makes him?
Because it would be a conflict. He's in the attorney's office, so that means they're all, so, I mean, even say if Thornton couldn't make it, he could actually get that attorney to come and talk on his behalf.
Let me suggest something here. I would suggest at this point in time, we defer this to our reinstated superintendent, and he can return to the board with a recommendation.
So it's the board's vote, though, and the motion is on the table.
I understand that. I am offering an alternative. We've all voted that there needs to be an investigation. We've now reinstated our superintendent.
Well, I cannot, I have the names, if we.
Tammy wants them.
I'm trying to find them. I don't even know what their email is.
Just take your time, don't feel rushed or nervous, just take your time. I mean, if you have them in there, I mean, if not, yeah, we could wait until our next meeting. And then maybe you can even run them through with Mark.
No idea.
And you'll have,
You want to make that motion, Tammy?
huh?
We have a motion
You
on
want
the
to make that motion to
Put in
table
the
this
motion
until?
to wait until our next.
Yeah, that's true. So,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Carmen, go right ahead. What did you?
We still have to vote on this motion that's currently on the table.
correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. So let's do roll call then, no more discussion in regards to the motion on the table is to have,
Dan Martin. Right?
yep,
Yes.
yep, is to have Dan Martin head the investigation. For alleged policy violation. Whenever you're ready for roll call.
Ms. Morales?
No.
Mrs. Breemsey?
No.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Irby?
No.
Mr. Lang?
No.
Ms. Bieshki?
No.
Mr. Sawatsky?
No.
We have 1 vote yes and 6 votes opposed.
Recommended action for Dan Martin to head an investigation failed. Is there any other motion on the table?
Yes, I would like to put a motion in that we just come back on this,
Table it to the next meeting.
on 8 for our next meeting. And then that way, that will give Brentoya some time to go through and write them down, and she will even have time to go through them with Mark so they can make a good choice to bring to us.
Motion on the table to table this recommended action in choosing an actual third-party investigator for alleged violations. So the motion on the table is to not choose anyone particular, to table this until next meeting, which would be February 9th.
Support.
Any discussion on that? Hearing no discussion. Roll call, Robin.
Ms. Morales,
Yes.
Mrs. Breemsey,
Yes.
Mrs. Castell,
Yes.
Ms. Irby,
No.
Mr. Lang,
Yes.
Ms. Bieshke,
Yes.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Yes.
We have 6 votes for yes and 1 vote opposed.
Motion to table item number 8 to choose a third-party investigator has passed. That has now been tabled to February 9th.
Can I get those papers back?
Yep, you sure can.
So you pass down the legal opinion to,
Make sure I got them both.
Mr. Hodge, do you have any type of update or any comment at this time?
I do. Let me preference my comments by kind of jokingly saying to my peers, teachers, that when we were out on restroom break, that was trying to convince me how cold it is before I can make a call. That's on somebody else. All right, so let me preference with that first. Secondly, I want to talk about, and as I was sharing with a couple of the educators out there, and some of you may have taken offense with the position that I took when I was intentionally being insulted. As educators, we teach our young people that if someone comes into your face and they intentionally insult you, that you should walk away. I was not going to get up out of my seat and leave the meeting. However, none of us have to ever take someone intentionally disrespecting us and insulting us. None of us. And I won't change my position on that because I am an educator for life. And we have to live by example. Secondly, I want to talk about what some may have thought was to be the elephant in the room, and I respect the individual for coming and sharing what they found and what anyone can find on an easy Google search in regards to my experience at past district. I emphasize an easy Google search. So a couple of things that was brought out in that information was we were at a board meeting. We were at a special board meeting, and it was a closed board meeting, and so media was not there. We were at a special meeting, a special closed board meeting, and as it was stated, to deal with a assistant basketball coach. The reason for the special meeting, because that individual had an inappropriate relationship with a student athlete. The term pattern was used when being expressed. I never used that verbiage. Even if I had have used that verbiage, I've said in enough IEP meetings to understand in order to have a pattern, it must be more than twice. So there is no pattern near in that regard. But the pattern that was there and still remains there today is Flenoria Hall III protecting his children. That's the pattern that remains there today. And so if anybody that's an adult want to have an inappropriate relationship with a child, I will show that pattern, not of any type of abusive language, but to move for termination. I want to be clear on that. Secondly, if that presentation was meant to support Mr. Mark Whelton, that was not a good presentation meant to support him, seeing that he is the one that when he hired me in 2022 was clearly aware of that act in 2020. I will let my data of 26 years of education and 5 earned degrees support me not trying to be anyone but me. 26 years in education, 5 earned degrees, okay? I'm not trying to be nobody. And if anyone understands how tough it is to sit in an acting or an interim role, which many probably don't because you've never had to do it, it's a sacrifice. And I sat in this seat because all of us know the dysfunction of this district. And if there was an outsider to come and sit in this seat with the dysfunction, many changes would have already been made. Some of you all that are upon the sound of my voice that are working here may not still be employed up under other acting leadership. So for those of you that appreciate me for stepping in this seat, I appreciate you. For those of you that shouted out that you love me, I love you. For those of you that did the otherwise, I pray for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Thank you.
And one other piece. The only thing you're going to get is the Google piece, because if you try to FOIA Romulus Community Schools in regards to that incident, please let me know if they give something to you, because part of their settlement agreement, and which is why I can talk the way that I talk and walk the way that I walk, is because with their assistance, I was able to do some investing and put me and my family in a secure place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Thank you. Mr. Lane?
It's late. And I appreciate everybody's patience. My hope is that we can move towards a path of healing, but that's going to take some real work at this table. And I will leave it at that.
Mr. Sawa?
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for clarifying that for everybody.
Check the record. Anybody check the record?
I would like to extend an invitation to Mr. Whelton's counsel, if he so chooses, to address the audience after the meeting's adjournment. Here in this room. That's all I have.
Okay, Tammy?
Yeah, I just want to say, Mr. Hall, I was there when Mark hired you. He brought you in and he talked very highly. I remember that. And he never brought up about your past, because truly, I'm not saying I don't care about you, but people make mistakes in life. But the right thing to do is correct a mistake, go on and move forward. So if Mark didn't bring up your past to us, well, there was a reason why he didn't. And then you came, you were great. I mean, you and Mark worked together. I thought, great. You two have great communication, and that's what we need. So I hope you will stay here and work with Mark.
Lucy? Any comment?
Not at this time.
Okay. Herman? Thank you, Mr. Hall, I agree. And there was no mistake, but obviously, we appreciate you stepping in. There was nothing, I don't think the board, I mean, you didn't hear anything like that from the board. The board may not trust each other, and the board may not agree with each other's opinions, but no one here on the board has ever, to my knowledge, shared anything in regards to any negativity on your end. So if someone wants to, that's their own opinion. Everybody has the right to their opinion, obviously, but we're gonna respect that. Yeah, obviously. Like Telgenhoff said, this could have been avoided sometimes with communication. So no double standards, no anything when it comes down to there has to be respect. No more name calling, no more, I mean, we'll see, it's not just one or two or three or four or five people. It is on seven board members that need to figure out to work together for the better of the district of our children overall. We're all voted to be here. We have constituents in the community, the people that voted for us to answer to. So we want, obviously, to move ahead. We don't want to be complacent with anything. We want to keep going forward. I would hope that that's what the plan is, but everyone's entitled to their own. So this meeting is now adjourned. Do you have yours?